Mama bear! Mama bear! Mama bear! Ah, she's the
Mean? What the Oh! Can you dial? Do something!
I'm here. I was literally just waiting for the ads are over. Is it okay, Keepin? I'm here. You don't have to miss me anymore. My throat feels weird. Alright.
Oh, you're drunk.
Hi, Billy, sweetie. Welcome in. Right, let me go. Here. Let's go over here. The lo-fi I use, not on like my BRB screen. Hi, my purple princess. Welcome in. How you doing? The chill hop. Yeah, I've gone on it today, and it has like the chill hop mascot is a raccoon, and I've gone on today, and it looks so derpy. They've changed it in all the live videos, everything, and in the live comments, everyone's like, "What's happened to the raccoon?" Honestly, it looks so funny. Wait, I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys. Wait, can we do it here? Let's go. Window capture. Okay. Look at it! Look how derpy! Look how derpy. Look at it! This is not how it's meant to look. It's meant to look like... Not like that either. Like... See, they all have it. Like this. It's meant to look like this. This one here. But all the lives have this derpy look at the moment. And... I'm highly amused. Sorry. Anyway. Sorry. But hello everyone. Good morning. Brute. GG's on third. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Kel's GG's on first. How are you doing today, lovely? This one is meant to be late night vibes. Calm, lo-fi, dreamy beats. This is not calm. This is a bit more calm, I guess. And Cupid Cutie, hello, how you doing?
Good morning to you and chat.
Good morning to you and chat. Zulu, thank you for the sub. 5 months. Good morning to you. How you doing, lovely? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hello there, you beautiful people. Hello, fake fan buddy. Hello. Embarrass, hello cutie. How you doing? It's time for slaying bosses. It really is. We're gonna fuck Godfrey up. I have to look because I'm like, is it Godfrey? Is it God? I get confused. We're gonna fuck Godfrey up. That's what we're going into. I spent 2.5 hours last night marking more bosses to do boss rush with after. So today we should be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I have 24 marked today. There was one I can't do because I am locked out of it, which was the Lich Dragon for Tissax, I think how you say it. I am locked out of that, so I can't do that. But we will do every other one. And then ready for Saturday. So the plan is today, we'll do Godfrey, then we'll do the ones I've marked, then I will mark all the other optional bosses for Saturday, which hopefully we will do. And then...
Tart to flower.
Crazy, thank you for the sub. 24 months. That's like 2 years. Thank you so much, cutie. How you doing? Then Saturday, I'll mark all the other optional bosses. Hopefully, we'll do all the optional bosses. And then next Wednesday, we'll hopefully do like the final Elden boss. That's like my 5-year plan. That's it. Show him who's boss. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. Bam, bam, bam. You know. Sorry, I'm like making sure I'm reading everything. Like you're responding to each other. I'm like just reading it, make sure I have seen everything. Jim, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Wow, I suck. Just 5. 5 is better than 3, and 3 is something. So, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And hi, Billy, sweetie. How are you today, Billy? How is Billy this day? How are you, T? I'm doing alright. Doing what I can with what I got. But I'm excited to be here and, you know, progress through the game. I'm excited for it. I'm not very good because NDI. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cows. Hopefully you can get some good sleeps. Billy! Thank you for the biddies. The Billy biddies. Billy biddies. Okay, train, do your thing. Thank you. I should probably get, like, TTS to register bits as well. Let me write that down. Maybe, like, if I can, get it to do streaks. Because I know Tempest does that, but I'm not sure how you do it. Let me just, TTS streaks. Question mark. Biddies, I feel like, is a thing that can be done. But we'll see. We'll try. But thank you, Biddy. And thank you, Zulu, for the gigantic noodle. Thank you, guys. Thank you for starting a hype train. It's too early for this. And thank you for the community love, Jim. The hell is a chocolate fondue? It's like a chocolate... Like, you know, fondue is like cheese, where it like... It's like a fountain, isn't it? And you put like things in the cheese fountain, I think. Is that what it is? Or is a fondue kind of like a bowl of cheese? I don't know. So like a chocolate version of that? Show the raccoon. Yeah, I know. He does not know that. It's so cute. I don't know. Like, I literally had it on yesterday, so it wasn't like that yesterday. And I've gone on today and I'm like, what is going on here? But it's adorable. And it's like, even their banner on top of the YouTube is like that. It's brilliant. But Zulu, thank you again for the sub. Thank you. I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass, you fake fan. I'm up too late. I hope you get to sleep soon, Icarus. I hope you're doing okay. Mess him up. We're gonna mess him up. I'm prepared. That's so cool. I cannot. Cupid, come on. Come on, what is that? What are you saying right now? I love it when you wake up like this. What? When I wake up, like with the energy, is that what you mean? And Crazy, thank you again for the sub, I appreciate it. And Crazy, thank you for the 20 streak. Thank you so much, you little cutie. Thank you. I got NDIS email saying they rejected my shit and I never even had a meeting once again. Like, I'm actually gonna need to take them to court.
Huh?
Exactly.
Huh?
Exactly.
Huh?
Exactly. They annoy me. They annoy me so much. Can I beat them up for you, Kels? Can we, like, put them into the game, like, mod it so they are the boss, and we'll beat them up for you? What's, NDIS? Has Kels answered? How rude. I'm not sure, like, the abbreviation. So NDIS is the National Disability Insurance Scheme in Australia. Is it just in Australia? Yeah. that's the full words. I know words. Yeah, they definitely take the piss. They definitely take the piss. I hope you get it sorted, Kels. And Billy, thank you again for the biddies. And thank you again, Zulu, for the big emote. Yay, streaks! We love streaks. And I'm fine, by the way. I'm glad to hear it. Just thought I better clarify, in case you thought I was being my typical British self. It's never too early. I mean... Fine. Went to bed at 12 AM, gave up at 4, and it's now 6 AM. Do you have anything in particular that always sends you to sleep that you could try? Hello, Tort. Hello, Grim. How you doing today? Welcome in. Lovely to see you. I know, but I woke up this morning wanting ice cream and then went into work like, I want breakfast now. Did you get the ice cream or not? This is the question. Of course I wouldn't know. I'm from US. Oh, no, I didn't say you would know. No, I didn't. I wasn't trying to make it seem like, how do you not know? But yeah. Yeah, that's it. And just like most government disability service, they love to never talk to you and then reject you and make you fight for it. Yes, they like to make it more difficult for the people that need it more. Oh, Zulu, thank you for the on-screen celebration. Zulu, you have woke up on the biddy side of the bed. The biddy and the sub side of the bed. So that ice cream. I had ice cream. What flavor did you have? Imagine like a thing called breakfast ice cream. Is that a thing? Wait, is that a thing? Like breakfast ice cream? Also, thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Oh, Grim, thank you for the 7 stream street. Look at you go. Look at you go. Thank you. The insomnia always returns when I'm unemployed. It will go away after I gain employment, which I have to wait on my recertification to go through before I can start looking. Oh, is that like a long process? Very bitty side of the bed, yeah. Yeah, that would be gross though. Like, there's nothing worse than having like bits in your bed. Do you know what I mean? Tea flavored ice cream, maybe, or maybe like something like desserty that you have for breakfast, like pancakes or waffles. Me, Laura, can go to town. Good luck and have fun. Thank you, Rose. I appreciate it. I'm hopefully gonna have fun. We'll see how it goes. But I think we're caught up and we can get started. To be honest, I am very eager. Ice cream can be with pancakes, which works for any time of day. That's true. That's true. That's what I was thinking. Like, you could... But, like, what if they made, like, a specific ice cream, which was called breakfast ice cream? It's been almost a month since I applied for my recertification. I'm also upgrading to a higher license as soon as it goes through. Okay. Which is for what? Sorry, I'm not sure, like, because I'm like, what is recertification? Is that for, like, license? That could be, like, therapist or, like, something in medical. I don't know. I might be in the complete different wrong ballpark. I didn't know you had to do recertification. I don't really know anything about that kind of stuff. I'm a substance abuse counselor. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. I mean, maybe it isn't cool, but I think that's kind of cool. Making a little bit of a difference. So medical, yeah. I didn't know that. How often do you have to be recertified? And then now, because you're unemployed, is it like before it runs out? Can you not recertify before it runs out? Okay, I have no idea how this is gonna go, but let's just get into it. I've probably forgot everything, but hey ho. Hey ho, we'll give it a go. Oh, okay. Smack. 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 Oh, no. I feel like he shouldn't have got me then. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, no. What? I thought I was doing so well then. Considering I've not played since Saturday, I feel like that was a really solid attempt. Literally. Unfortunately, he just managed to get me when I was led on my back. So the preliminary is 13 months, recertification lasts 2 years. The higher grade, I believe, is 3 years. That is not long. That is not long. And is it like possible you can do it beforehand? That sounds like something I would like. Look into it. I bet it's a thing. Thank you for giving me this idea for breakfast today. That was a warm-up. It definitely was a warm-up, yes. And I feel like that was a really good warm-up. I remember the moves, so that's a positive. But just a couple unfortunate moves there, where I was kind of like stunned, so I couldn't move, and I was on the floor. Unfortunately, couldn't dodge that last attack. But I think we can do it. Okay. I always think that one's so weird. Oh, no. See, I thought he was going to go 3 times and he didn't. That's what confused me. Like the only way you can get out of that is if you're backing up. Or if you go to the side. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, it's this one. Ah! Oh shit. There we go. Oh, okay. Not great. Not great. Damn it.
'Twas nobly
Just timed it wrong. That was going well though. My heart keeps like racing really hard. Like really fast when I'm doing this. Hi Daba, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Whew. I need to... It's because I think I'm getting like really kind of like, ugh, because I know I can do it. Not trying to sound big-headed, but I think I've got it figured out really well now. I'm back. I'm back, Game Update. I'm trying. I feel like we can get there. I left my job for, among other reasons, for the fact that my license expires in 5 days. I applied for the reason. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you hear about it soon, and then you can get back to work, and then you can get better sleep, I hope. Oh, wait. I need to see if my brother's downloading something. Let me message my mum. 1 second. Can you see if... One second. She should check pretty quickly. Because we're just in red at the moment. I'm going to mute my audio a sec and unplug my phone so you don't hear the confusing sound. There we go. Oh, this guy is such a big stomper. He is such a big stomper. But I think I figured it out. Like, when the spikes come out, either going back or to his side. Because I feel like dodging whenever they happen just does not work at all. At all. Yeah, that talking you. Right. That was good, you reckon? Thank you. It was a good run. I think it was pretty solid. Heartbeat, it really does. This gets the people going. My mum isn't responding to me. Might have to ring her. Their attacks are so rude. It's so rude. And I feel like he doubles them up sometimes because he knows I'm gonna fuck him up. Let me just mute myself and I'll quickly ring my mum to see if she can check on my brother. He is downloading something. So I'll just wait for a second because he's gone to pause it. I never known someone download so much stuff. So much stuff. Can I pet that dog? Ask the dog. Do you want to pet me is what you're saying. Okay, now it's green. So we should be able to continue with no issues now. Chilled out. Now I've got that fucking like sound stuck in my head. Was it provocative? Gets the people going. Burman. That's stuck in my head now. You know what it means. I feel like maybe you wanna refresh just to be caught up. I'll pin that for 20 minutes. Because it's now just a little bit behind. Here we go. Okay, right. BRB, I have a safety meeting to attend at work. Ew, gross, work. But I hope it goes well. Okay. Let's get it going. Like that one, I always feel it's just weird because he never managed just to get you. Cool. Oh, he got me then. Thank you for the alert, though. I feel like I dodged at the right time. Alright. Oh. Should have done that. Oh, we're dodging at the right time. Fucking bitch. Oh, this one. There we go. Shit. Woo! Oh my god.
Tart 2
Fuck's
clap
sake.
tart 2 buffer.
Was nobly fought.
What? Tart 2 but her. That's what I heard. Hi Uber, how you doing? Thank you for the sub. 7 months. Oh my god. How you doing, cutie? Let me say hi to Pengu. Hi. Hi Pengu. Hope you're doing well. And then boop. Right. Did I miss anything? That's what you heard, huh? A little bit, yeah. Buff, sound a bit like butthurt. Maybe I'm a bit butthurt from that fight. Mogi, thank you for letting me know you enjoy being here. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, Mogi. How are you? I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm trying to do this fight. And it's not the easiest, but I think we'll do it. I estimated within the first hour. It is 34 minutes in, so we'll see. We'll see. Maybe the first hour, maybe the first hour and a half. We'll see. How's Uber today? Alright, let's go again. Let's go again. I don't have anything to like take, do I? To like maybe like level up one more time or something. Don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, maybe we could use a grease, possibly. I think I had like a grease spare to use. I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy to hear. I'm doing alright. I'm excited because I feel like I'm gonna do this today, and that excites me. Very much. Let's see how this goes then. I feel it. Feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. First hill. Not great. That was not good timing. Shit. I should have fucking dodged. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. Fuck yeah, my heart is going nuts.
That will be all. Thou didst me good
I'm trying to calm
service,
down. Okay.
Sirrah.
Are you thinking of the version from Love Actually? Maybe, I'm not sure. Okay. Okay. Ah! Ah! Okay! I'm ready! Maybe. Fucking skip this. I'm ready! Fuck. Oh shit, no. I think we're dead. Oh god. Okay, 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 okay. Fuck's sake. The stress is not doing me well. The stress is too much. Ugh. Christmas is all around us. It's Christmas by the time we've done this. It doesn't help going into the second phase with the needing to heal. Rolly, thank you for the alert, cutie. I hope you're doing well. Hang on, Fluff wants to go out. Let me sort that out a sec. Let me open the window. I'm all shaky. This is what happened with Malaketh. Sorry, I just need my desk. This is exactly what happened with Malaketh. The more into the fight I'd get, the more shaky I'd get. I'm glad you got this. Stab him in the butt. Thank you, Moggy. I'm trying. I know we're so close as well. Oh, shit. Okay. Good run. Thank you. We'll go again. It's okay. The stress I feel I just wish, like, I don't know why. I've never played a game where I'm fighting someone and I actually, like, I'm shaking. I've never had that. I don't know why that's a thing. And it's stressing me out. Because then it's like pressure and then it affects like my reflexes and stuff. Okay. Oh, we got bleed. Yes! That was a good one. I feel like that was good. I felt like that was the best one I've ever done. Okay. Okay. Right, let's just go. Let's just go. Let's just go. Let's just go. Let's just go for it. Shit. I need to heal. We're dead. We're dead. I needed like a moment to heal. That first bit though, I did the whole first phase with one heal. That was so fucking good. That was so good. That helped me feel less stressed as well. We could like zoom through it. I felt kind of just fine. Yay. The first phase you got down, so you're fine. Yeah, I feel like that was really good. That was really good. I just needed a moment then to heal, is my issue. Ooh. Okay, let's go again. And we got like a bleed, and we had the opportunity to poise break, and we did a stabby in the back. That was some good stuff there. Watch it never happen again. Oh, shit.
Daniel, your
Hi, Demon. How you doing? Oh, I should know he's doing that as well. This is not going as well. I keep thinking I can time a special in there, but I cannot. This is not going well. This is not like our first time at all. Like then, I got a special in on him then. This is not the one. I'm dead. I think I might just kill myself. Yeah. Hi sis. I hope you're doing well. Oh, Demon, thank you for the 15 stream streak. 15 getting there. Thank you, cutie. How you doing? And hi, Mooney, cutie. How you doing? Crazy, thank you for the 100 biddies. 100. Thank you. I appreciate it. I join and it goes worse. It's okay. The attempt we did before was so flawless. It was not going to happen again. It would have been crazy if it happened again. Okay. Hey. I've got no more blood grease. I don't know if that really made a difference or not. I don't think I can make any either. No, I've got no blood roses. Is what it is. Overslept, so working in the city today. Ooh. I hope it goes well. I'm working in here today. No. Trying to get out. Oh shit. Proximity. I wonder if we could get a jumping attack in then. Fucking missed the timing of that one. That's when I can get like a fucking special in. Oh. I forgot that was a free. Okay. I'm mopping floors at the moment. I hope they're not too dirty. Okay. Shit. Oh! Damn it! Ugh. How did we do this? Like, we got the first time we properly like got to the second phase. I managed to get him so low. How the fuck did I do that? How the fuck did I do that? We got like a break on him as well then. That's so annoying. That's so fucking annoying. Okay. I feel like a deer in headlights with that guy. Because he can just fuck you up in just one hit. Great. Thank you, Boggy. Shit. Okay. Fucking press dodge then. I'm here, but we're good. All good, demon. All good. I wish I wasn't here. No, I'm dead.
The crown is warranted with
It's just getting that fucking moment to heal and knowing when to dodge. Kick his ass. I'm trying, boy. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. He's hard. I've got the first bit figured out. But that bit, I'm at a loss. And he's devastating. He's absolutely devastating to my health. Ugh. Right, we've got ads coming up in 5 minutes, so let me snooze them a sec. But we got the first bit figured out. But how you doing today, boy? Okay, let's go. Let's go. My hands are getting sweaty. Because it's stressful. This is a stressful situation. That was not good. Missed it. wrong moment. Knock his WE back the chair. I'm trying. That was not a good one. It was going well until I you have to time that one just right. Hi Yusuf, how you doing? Knee weak, arms are heavy, mom spaghetti. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Doing well, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm glad to hear you doing well. Do you have any particular plans today? Okay, let's do it. 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 Do it. Do it. Right. I just never understand that one.
Oh, my bad.
Hello, my little Fonz bear. Welcome in. How you doing on this fine day? Oh, I've been stunned. Too stunned to speak. Yeah, knew that was gonna happen. Got him. Thank you for the lurk, buddy. Okay. Let's go. Oh, fucking missed that. Oh. Okay. No. Oh!
with strength.
You're so annoying. No idea why, but Chrome won't let me see chat right now, but bring those Eldens. Thank you. Chilling again, sleepy, but all is well. Hope the day is going good. What time's it? Oh yeah, I can see you getting sleepy. I can see you getting sleepy. Well, I hope you have good sleeps. Gym in 2.5 hours, then take a late nap because I have a graveyard shift today, so I'm gonna go there and be grumpy. Oh, bless you. Wow, I hope to do this boss today, Yusuf. And then I have lots of bosses marked to do like a boss rush because I want to do every boss possible. So after we've done this, I would like to get all the ones marked, ticked off the list. So yeah, that's my plan today. This is the kill. It was close. I need to figure out his second phase more, is my problem. I'm planting flowers to have on the balcony in the warmer months. I love flowers. Oh, I love that. I found one of my particularly strong growing patches had succumbed to mold. Oh no. Aw. I'm sorry to hear that, boy. Yeah. Flowers are just... They are something. They are something. It's hard to figure out the recipe sometimes. On Mother's Day, I bought my mum a card, and the card itself you can tear up and it has wildflower seeds in the card. Like the card had a weird texture, so I thought that's actually really nice because, you know, cards, like, if not kept, and you can't keep every card you get, it could be used for a whole different reason. My mum was so excited at this card that she could plant like wildflowers. But I hope you managed to save the 20% at least, boy. He is quick. He is quick. And I is trying to figure out when the fuck to dodge. Do you know what I mean? I may pass out, but till then we chillin'. I appreciate you. But yeah, I hope you have a good sleep. That card sounds so neat. I've never seen a card like it. But when I picked it up, I could feel the texture was different. I was like, And then I read on the back, like, you could tear it up and then it would make wildflowers because it's, like, made of seeds. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, it actually serves a purpose. Those horns look so cool. Jura, thank you. I love them. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be sad when this game's over because I want something. Because I'm like a collectible person, like a physical, like, collectible person. I want something of like my character, do you know what I mean? Physically, in my space. But how you doing today, Jura? Antlers, yeah. Antlers, horns. I did have horns, so... Which I loved. What we had before. We had these on. So this is what we had initially. We had them for quite a while. And then I found these antlers, which I think is meant to be somewhat of a rare drop. So, horns, you know, you could print out. That's true. Or I could maybe make some art of it and then have something of it. Thank you, Kitty. Of course. Guys, we have ads coming up in 2 minutes. So I will run ads so no one misses anything. And then we can go in and hopefully fuck him up. Post Elden Ring crafting. Crafting? Do you mean like physically? But this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take in a mez, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, peekaboo. Sorry, I've been watching Miss Rachel this morning, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes. And we're gonna fuck him up. You know, maybe sculpting, maybe. But I don't think I love playing with clay, but I don't think I'm that good with clay. Physically crafting cool antlers for you to have. Ooh. I don't feel like I'm that good at crafting. Like I said, I love clay, but I don't think I'm that good with clay. Get out your own Yeah, I'm gonna listen to Eye of the Tiger on the break, and you know, it's provocative, gets the people go. You know, I'm gonna listen to that like over and over and over again, and I'll be back. Alright, I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Oh, that's my spreadsheet. You don't want to see that. Wait. There we go.
Ball so hard.
That's what we're doing after. Alright. I'm back. Alright. You look good in a crown of antlers, though. I wonder if they actually have it. Elden Ring antlers. Like, if it's actually a physical thing. Merch. Not from what I can see. It's so pretty though. Ball so hard. We're gonna do it. Sweden represent. Can't have plastic in the pot. No, you definitely can. And thank you for getting rid of it.
Buy me this.
Dia Blue.
Buy me that.
Hello. Hello, beautiful. How you doing? Welcome back, thank you. Hi, cutie. Hello, my HD cutie. Hi. Alright. We are about to step into a very difficult Elden Ring boss for people who have just joined. This is one of the final ones we have to do to beat the game. And we've been trying for the last hour. Is this the latest Elden Ring? What do you mean, sorry? Or do you mean like the DLC? I have an itchy nose. Ugh! That was not the time. We get a little That was silly. Oh my god, we're doing really bad right now. Okay. My nose is so itchy right now. Get in there. Slice him. No. Damn it. Damn it. I was too busy in a queue of another attack. Okay. Okay, like the latest DLC. No, I haven't got to the DLC yet. This is just base game. This is just base game, unfortunately. Hi, Fluff. Oh, fuck. So that was just too late then. Shit. Again, fucking does that. Not great. Okay. Let's just fully heal. Damn it. We fully healed though. Heal again. Shit. Heal. Heal. We're dead.
with strength.
We were so close. We were so close. We're getting there though. We're getting there. Dropping good vibes, thank you. You got that? I know, it is really close.
Welcome to Drunk
Tempest
Peasant
cutie,
Trucking.
how you doing?
101.
I'm all shaky again. But yeah, that was like the longest I think I've managed to stay with him. My nose is really itchy, which is not helping. I was waiting to not distract you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. You little cutie. What did I say? Get him in the butt. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's like trying to dodge, but like also know when you can hit. I haven't seen, but are you making use of your special flask on part 2? No, I'm using it when I go in straight away. Do you think I should save it for the second phase saves? You gotta time those dodges. I feel like you're dodging a bit too early. Yeah, but the thing is, his second phase is completely different to his first phase. So it's having the time to learn. So the first phase, you could probably tell like I was dodging pretty good, you know, because I've had time to learn it. But then by the time you get to the second phase, he's so damaging. You don't get a lot of time to learn when exactly to dodge is the problem. That's like the longest time I've been in there with him. So that's like the longest opportunity I've had to learn what he's doing. Love you really deep. Thank you. Thank you, Mulgi. Good morning. I am so EP. Aw, you little EP bean. I hope you had good sleeps though. Maybe like your EP from a long sleep. Looks hard, no shade. By the time you learn his phase change. Yeah. Maybe if you can fit it in, since you seem to have... That's a good idea, Saves. Let's do that. And see if we can fit it in. We'll see. Because you are right. I seem to have the first phase somewhat down well sometimes. I know it more. So yeah. That's a good idea. We'll do that. Okay. Let's go. Get him. Twist his nipples off. Okay. I'm gonna get your nipples when they're out. Like that. I don't understand the purpose of that. Because it never, like, hits you. Doing that. A little bit of lag then, which doesn't help. Oh. But yeah, this took me a while to learn. fucking dodged. That was rookie. Shouldn't have done that. My brother couldn't pronounce L's well when he was little, but I think he once said, I'll whip your millions. Should do that with this guy. Okay. We're gonna do that, guys. Missed it. Instant death. Instant death. I dodged too early. That's the thing. It's that slow, gradual run and having the time to figure it out, man. Ew, I know. I know. So ew. So fucking ew. What the heck is that attack? It literally, that's like all his attacks. They're fucking devastating. They just fuck you up. Squeeze his kneecaps. We'll get there again. Is he having a bubble? He is having a bubble. He's having an absolute bubble. Pop his bubble. A bubble, show him! That was not good. I was just led on the floor and I couldn't do nothing. That was not a great one. Sorry for the Swedish tea. That's okay. That's alright. I assume it's nothing bad. Honestly, I didn't even know. I looked at it and it just kind of like... My nose is just annoying me. It's trying to be a distraction, that's why. Alright. My nose doesn't want this for me. Just get hit. That was not a wise idea. Hi Bunny, welcome in. Hope doing well. Oh, not the attack I thought he was gonna do. is not going well. He is just not fucking giving me a break. Yeah, no.
'Twas nobody's fault.
Thank you for giving our Swedishness. It's okay. We beat Penn in football yesterday, so we are going to the World Championship. Ah, that's exciting for you guys. Do you follow a lot of football, Demon? A small landing. A small landing. That was not a good one. That was not a good one. Too many mistakes. My hands are really sweaty though. Okay. Watch your big tournaments mostly. Ah, I see. Do you like follow a particular team or you just prefer the country? Like that. I'm cannot fathom. Fucking keep forgetting about. Dead.
Warranted with strength.
I was feeling much more positive about this an hour ago. I got one team in Premier League in the UK, one and one in Spain. Other than that, oh, who's the UK team? Sweden, Germany. Ah, I see. Okay. It's great to have multiple teams to root for, especially when one's letting you down. Oh, my nose. Manchester City. Ah, I see. Fair enough. They're a pretty big one. Oh, my nose. I feel like I've got fluff up it or something. I just wish I had more time to learn the second phase. waste of time. I'm just messing this up.
Warrior, 'twas nobly fought.
This is not going well. I wish I could just do more damage though, because it's like having to go through the first phase now. It's like, ugh. This is what it was like with the Malekith one. Can't get into the first phase to just die instantly on the second phase. We believe in you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Eh. Oh shit. I need to stop hitting them. Because I am not surviving from it. Oh shit. I was stunned. Couldn't move. Great. Now I'm back to the corner. Man. I feel like I dodged more of his attacks though. I feel like I was understanding it more. Ugh. Okay. I mean, if you go kill other bosses and come back, you would have more damage. Probably not, Demon, because the amount I need to
she's
level
our
up.
man. If she can't do it, no one can. Put your finger up his nose and smack his butt. Let's fucking go.
Thank you, Tempest. Let's fucking go. And thank you for the hug, Rose. Thank you. Yeah, no, all the other bosses are such low levels that to be able to level up, we need so many runes at this point. So it would take a lot of bosses. I was waiting 50 minutes and we're still on this guy. It takes a while. The last one took us like 3-4 hours, which we haven't spent as long doing this one actually. Is he vulnerable to anything like their weapon buff that would be good? I'm not sure, but I seem to do a lot of damage to the second phase. It feels effective. Nipples out, got twist them. Super effective. Hi, Oatmeal. How you doing? Not so good. It was getting there. It was good. Yeah, it was getting better. Mara's race. Hi, Punk Tempest. T is the Telden Lord. Thank you. How you doing today? A lot of panic rolls there, though. That's because I don't know the second phase. Oatmeal. I figured out the first phase, but the second phase, I haven't figured it out yet. That's the thing. But it's definitely an improvement. Group chat for the goodbyes. The windows for attacking seem small. Yeah, and that's why it can get like a bit annoying as well, because you have to keep going and going, and patience. And I'm also trying not to be greedy. I'm trying to figure out when is my time to hit. Maybe I need to be closer. I don't know. You know, the other ones I'm usually closer, whereas him, I just seem to be on the other side of it because he just keeps charging me. I haven't got a lot of idea. Yeah. No, I appreciate the suggestion, Demon. Yeah, no, to like level up now is like over 100,000 runes, and like the bosses we would be doing will be dropping very little. Billy bumped my butt. It was such a nice butt to bump. Real, now we know how T feels. Oh, what? Because none of you landed? Yeah, you're not allowed to land until I win. Okay. I don't understand the purpose. Timing it right. Just too early. This is not going well. No. We've wasted way too many flasks here. Yeah, we've wasted way too many flasks. Dead. That was a really bad attempt. We're not allowed to win until T wins, exactly. Not allowed. It's unheard of. Welcome back, Rose. How was your run into town? Yeah, that was not a good one. We're usually doing better at the first phase by now. Alright. Do you have a problem? What's the problem? I don't wanna, is it go to work? I don't wanna work today. Oh, he actually got me that time. That's the first time he's ever got me with that. He's getting me now. Oh, I'm sorry, Tempest. It's like halfway through the week. If you can hold on a little longer. It was quite good and speedy, to be honest. Had to drive all over, but no hiccups. We like that. We like that. When it goes more smooth. I didn't have balls, and this made me wince. Good one. Wait. Oh, yeah. Oof. Oof, that does sound painful. Just get that out of the way. There's a lot of this backing and forfeit, not gonna lie. No. That was so bad. That was so bad. Why am I like now struggling with this bit? Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Number 5, I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Close out the proximity.
Tarnished warrior, 'twas nobly fought.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. 'Cause I want it that way. Tell me why. Tell me why you won't fucking die. Now tell me why you're making this impossible when I just wanna become Elden Lord. 'Cause I wanna be Elden Lord. YouTuber named Little Females made a male cover of that song and it's pretty good. Is it? I have to try and check it out. Ah! That's me right now. Tell me why step on his phone. Okay. I like that one. That was good. Ah, shit. Dead. I'm fucking dead, aren't I? Fuck's sake. Dead. We did it! We fucking did it! Let's go! Yes! 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 We did it! We did it! We did it! We did it! Yes! 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 Woo! Oh, that slight moment, I was like, do I heal? Do I risk it? Or do I just hit him? And I did it! I hit him! Hit him where it hurt. Oh. Jim, thank you for the sub. And Billy, thank you for the biddies.
You did it. You balled so hard.
Thank
Cheers
you.
to that.
Thank you. Alright, can I just stop a sec? Yes, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Right, let me catch up. I'm while multitasking after town run, game, tech support, plus listening to girlfriends feelings. Ooh, drama. We love drama. I hope it's interesting. I hope it's interesting drama, Rose. Chaos. I'm shocked. Out of curiosity, I was looking at RAM, so I went to look at the same set I have, and now it's selling. Yeah, Jim was telling me that like PlayStation prices have raised as well. Things are crazy right now. Man, he really has so much arm and face. He really does. He really does. I can't wait to watch that later because I was so in it and I was like, I don't know what's going on, but we did it. My health was so close. I'm pretty sure I had flask left and I was like, I could heal, but if he just hit me once when I was healing, it's over. It's over. The price increases. I know, it is crazy. You got this. He needs therapy. Oh my god. Yes. Please. Yes. Yes. Please. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Tempest. Thank you, Dapper. Thank you, Save. Thank you, Fonz. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Boy. That's how it's done, son. So it's done. So it's done. And thank you again for the biddies, Billy. Thank you. Now pee on Discord. I will just for you. I will just for you. I just got back. Welcome back, buddy. The way you escaped his one grass when you were almost dead. Like, it's like, so, I don't even know what's going on. So when I do like huge boss battles, I always watch the VOD later on in the day and I'm like, and I'm like, how did I do that? Hi, XCT. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. You being that's wild. You came in just at the right time. It knew. When he went down to almost no HP and didn't die, I was clenched as fuck. When was that? Hang on, I'm gonna just like... I just want to see. I just want to see a second. I just want to see. And again, Jim, thank you for the sub to Ella. And hi, Skeleton. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. And hi, Skellen. Hope you're doing well. You slip right out like a greased pig. I'm gonna look because I'm like, when was this? When was this? Window capture. This one. Does it show it like full screen? I just want to know what is happening. Okay. Go back a bit. I want to see what you guys are on about. But thank you guys. Okay, next. Now it's the boss rush. Hi, Ella. Hi, lovely. How you doing? I hope you're doing well, lovely. Let me give you a shouty. The turning evil laugh. Oh gosh, right. Well, I do have the frenzied flame dabber, so don't put it past me. You know, I could become the Lord of Chaos. Yeah, been there again. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Zuli, thank you for the gigantic noodle emote. You go, girl. Thank you, Zulu. I was kind of proud seeing you jump over some of the attacks. I was just, it's so hard. It's so hard. Thank you. Right at the end. It's, okay. We're gonna see. He does, like, you do so much damage as well to his second phase. It's kind of crazy. I want to see if I get a hit in. I want to have a look. Look at my health there. I was like so dead. I was so dead. That was like a foul, but that was a special. Oh, there. Yeah. He should have been dead there. Yeah, like, where is his health? Where is his health? You're right, Dabba. Where is it? Because it's non-fucking-existent. That's bullshit. His butt was hit, nipples twisted, so he was sent to the after... I'm so excited. Swinging my pillow around. Oh, there we go. I feel relaxed now. It's quite warm. Yeah, I got my window open, actually. It's quite nice. Thank you for the shouty. Of course. It's well deserved. Ella's such a lovely streamer, guys. That there. He went to grab you right after the slam where you... Yeah. And I was like, and you were just like, no! You blew on. I know, it was like, he should have not been surviving. I see what you mean now. There was like no health there. There was no health there. And I still have 2 flasks. That's how you know you're getting better. You do it like one of the final bosses and you've not even used all your flasks. I've been running errands today, so I'm tired. Oh, bless you. But I'm glad. I hope you guys, you've got it done and you're proud of yourself with the productivity. Doing what I can, Tempest. Sounds like it's happening everywhere when I speak to people these days. You work too hard. But like, yeah, no, Tempest does work really hard, definitely. I wish I could just wrap Tempest in the healing burrito and make everything better. Love your energy. Thank you. Thank you so much. We can tick him off the list. We can tick him off the spreadsheet. I sound like such a nerd. We can tick him off of the spreadsheet. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, this is going to be the highlight of my day. I knew we'd do it today. It took a little bit longer than expected, but we got there. We got there. I'm in good spirits. We should be able to level up a couple times as well. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, Demon, if you're still listening. To be able to level up, we need 100,026 runes to be able to level up. That's a lot. Okay, maybe we'll do Dex. Should we do Dex? Maybe like 2 Dex? Or we could do 1 Dex, 1 Stamina. Let's do 2 Dex. Let's get Dex to 35, maybe, if we can, and then maybe do Stamina. Stamina. Nice. Look at you, bitch. I'm so proud of you. It for sure is a spreadsheet to be excited about. We're gonna get so much ticked off of it today. I'm going to show you guys the spreadsheet we have planned for today. Boom. Beach. So, last Elden Ring stream. Where is my mouse? We did all of this first column. So the first column is all done. So now we're on to the second column. So today our plan is to do the Caelid bosses, the Dragon Barrow bosses, the Siofra River boss, one, the Nocron Eternal City, there's one there, and we're not able to do this one. We're not able to do this one because I am logged out of that, so that's one we won't be able to do. And then we'll do all of Alatus Plateau. So I counted 20 something, whatever I said at the start of stream. And then for Saturday's stream, I will... How do I move it along? Where's like the scroll? I can't scroll it along for some reason, I don't know why. Maybe if I make it like small like that? There we go, I can now. And then for Saturday's stream, I will mark all the rest of these on the right side and check which ones I have done or not done. Get them all marked, so Saturday we'll go through and do them. See how long it takes. And then if that takes all of Saturday, if it doesn't, then we'll go to the final one. That's the plan. I reckon the final one will be Wednesday stream though. So I'm guessing we go up here. Should we go up there and see what's up there before we have ads? Need a drink on this break. We've got ads coming up soon as well, so it'll be a good time to have a little break. Ooh. Should we touch the golden light? For people who have an awareness of it, is it okay to touch it or not? Or should I wait till after ads, maybe? Maybe I'll wait till after ads, because if it's like a cutscene, I don't want it to be rushed. I think I'll wait till after ads, and then we'll touch it after. That's what I thought. Okay. We are gonna have some ads. After, thank you guys for letting me know. I was like, I don't want to rush this. Gonna run some ads, so this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen. I really just want to keep saying peekaboo now. I need to not. But, and then we're gonna touch this golden light, whatever that is. And then we'll do some boss rushing. Beef money! How you doing? The farts were indeed bad. Isn't all of your farts bad, Beef? Beef got them baddie farts. Right, okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. I need hydration after that. Right. Hello. Hello, my little cutie potatoes. Oh, I've just moved the screen. I've just moved everything. That's just... everything was just moved. I had a mini roll and it was delicious. Where did I get to? Oh, Beef talking about farts. How you doing, Beef? How is Beef today? How's Beef and his farts? I think you and me should have a competition with these naughty farts. I smoked out a whole campsite once. It was glorious. I've heard about this. Finished. Oh, we're at boss. Let me leave. That's so exciting. We're both having great days, Demon. We're both having great days. I love this for us. Did you get 110 off the ground like a hoverboard? Tempest would probably say yes. We have it. Gonna walk home. You're gonna walk home. Oh wait, you're working in a different place, so it's not gonna take you as long. Because usually say it's like an hour on the bus. So I was like, that's gonna be a long walk, Demon. But you said you're working somewhere else today, so ignore me. Ignore me. Like for someone who can handle the heat. Are you up for it? Can you handle the heat? Self-love, my liege, is not about... It's not so vile a sin as self-neglecting. I can agree with that. Thank you. You really crushed Godfrey. You've come so far. Thank you, Tempest. I remember like when you were watching me play Margaret and you were like, you can do it. It's okay. I was like, I can't do it. I'm never going to do it. Tempest was like, it's okay. You can do it. This girl. It's crazy. It's crazy. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Rose. Are you ready? Yes. I'm ready to touch the golden light. Thank you for the community love, Zulu. I appreciate it. An hour to walk home in the nice sun. Still home free. Yeah. Did we kill the boss? We did. We did, Demon. We did. Just before the ad break, and it was glorious. It was so close. It was so close. But yeah, we did. Okay. All right, are we ready to touch the golden light? Okay, let's go. Thank you, Demon. I'm so happy. I'm so excited I got to see that. You did great. Thank you. I'm so happy I did it. What's happening? I think my glasses are smudged. Shit, I don't want to take them off. I want to see. But I feel like they're smudged. Oh, my controller's vibrating. What the fuck is happening? He is the Elden Ring. Oh, is this like the end boss? Oh. Oh, okay. Oh shit. He's just so fucking cool. Like he's so majestic. What the hell? Interesting. Right. Let me wipe my glasses now. There is something on there. I don't know what it is though. What is that? Okay, I got it now. It's honestly so annoying. Oh. Okay. No, it's still very mucky. Sorry, give me a second. I just can't see. The presentation of the boss is so freaking cool. Sorry, give me a second. No, that was really cool. So is he meant to be like the end boss or no? Is this like the end boss or is there another boss after this? See how that goes. Here's one of my face for sure. He was just like so majestic with his shit. Oh, what was deleted? Was someone spoiling? Hi Nefra, how you doing, the fruitsy? How you doing? Hi cutie. I also recommend to watch that cutscene again and see if you know some details changing. Changing? What, from the first time I watched it? It's so nice out. It is definitely nice out. No way. Interesting. Okay. I'm not saying. Okay. Okay. Should we have a look then? I'm good, EP Bean. Are you still away? Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're well. I'm doing okay, thank you. Nothing important, just potential spoilers, so full might as well delete. Okay. Fair enough. I saw like the start of it, but I was like blind. Something about not using something. I don't know. It kind of looked like a message telling me how to play. No, I'm back. Did you have a good time? Does that mean you're gonna stream tomorrow? Okay, so to see if you notice some details changing. Some details changing. Maybe. Oh, it's a secret. It's a secret stream. Some details changing. Mine is a bit blurry. Oh, I hope it sticks out though, so you can stream. Did you have a nice time though? Some details changing. Like what? What am I missing? Sorry. Oof. Yeah, not getting me that time, mate. Yeah, it's such a hard hit. You're just like stunned to move. I don't know how you avoid that. Ooh. I did okay then. I did. I met the little one. She's so stinky cute. Babies are so cute. I miss my little baby as a baby. Did you get to squeeze the cheeks and smell the baby? It's a lore thing. Maybe not that important. I mean... Thank you, Skellen. You can share if you want. She already pooped her parents twice. So she's doing great. She's doing amazing. Not the violin, I know. I know. I was not meant to take it then. But I've done it now. Let's see how it goes. You've got some reach on you, boy. Oh. I was doing really well then, actually. Not bad. Not bad. Just needed a moment to back off and heal. Not bad. You're getting there. We're getting there. I have absolutely no belief that that is the whole boss, not gonna lie. Good start. Yee. Yee. The boss goes from a blonde lady to a red-haired dude. It's just and there's two characters in one book. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed the hair change because you said look for details. Like I was like, okay, but like, how do I know what to be looking at that I'm not already seeing? If that makes sense. What am I meant to do there when he's broken? Missed it. But he's got crazy reach. Oh, just fucking used a flask for no reason. I missed. Got one in. Hi, Will. It's going alright then. Hi, Will. How you doing? Big kicks, throwing point things, stealth abilities. Yeah, a little bit. That was going okay though. That was going okay. Until it wasn't. It was until it wasn't. It's been annoying you have to skip the cutscene every time. Is it too late to say hits like a truck with that hammer? I feel like the last one did more damage though. Do you know what I mean? And when I get that poise break, I'm like, where should I hit him? Thank you for the lurk, Rose. For fuck's sake. Now he's just cheating. I was having a good attempt then. I mean, you got the dodges down sometimes, not every time. Take support dance, finally time to make nums. Enjoy your nums. Enjoy your nums. Enjoy the nums. But yeah, when he's like broken, is there nowhere I can hit that I could get like, you know, the animation? I think that's kind of weird. Thank you, of course. Enjoy. Alright, come on then. Do that. Oh my god, how have I spied? See what's going on then. Thank you for the lurk, Tiny Teethers. I can't read what you're saying, but thank you. tried my best. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. How you liking the game so far? I'm really enjoying the game. I'm really enjoying the game. We're getting so near the end, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. That reminds me, episode 5 of Winter Mute dropped yesterday. Oh! I've been waiting years for it. That's me with Euphoria. It's out on the 12th of April, and I'm so excited. Him being shirtless can only mean one thing. Twist his nipple off. I think it is, yes. We must twist thy nipples. Nipple singular. Because, oh, yes, of course, one is falling off. This is a bit long-winded, though. Alright. I just need to be more careful. I was dodging away from that. Oh, stop smacking me. children rolled them as well. Nip, no knob. Unless there's a secret nipple in there hidden in the rune circle. There could be. There could be. Maybe he just keeps it in his pocket, like in a pouch or something. Hi, Richie. You. What did I do? How you doing, Richie? How is Richie today? Okay. Let's have a look ski. I feel like I figured that out more. I think you do better if you're like backed off. I want to see your comic you're working on. Do you mean the one I'm doing for me, my boyfriend's anniversary? Is that what you mean? Or like the webtoon thing I said about? Such a good attempt. You had a good sense of when to dodge away. Yeah, I feel like that I figured that out more. But no rush, I understand, busy right now. The webtoon, not had the time. I have not had the time. I've been working on a project for my partner for our anniversary for like 2-3 weeks, and I still have like 2 weeks more to work on it. And then before that I was like really busy with commissions, so hopefully after that. Not double healed then. Time. Keep dodging at the wrong time now. Not great. Just get some hits in now. Yeah, no. A bit over halfway home. Nice, I hope you're having a good walk. I hope you're having a lovely walk. Secret nipple. Secret nipple. Secret nipple. Through the chest. I've seen some. Love flowers. You got this, Unbeliever? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure, Fons. I'm not sure. I'm not feeling hopeful of this right now. And this is not what I had planned to do today. It is lovely. Bubba's last day of nursery tomorrow, before half term. And I really want to see what this park is like. How I didn't miss that. Not timing these right. Just can't get these dodges right. Shouldn't have done that. By the way, my monitor shows up tomorrow. Oh, did you get a new one? I feel like you mentioned it, but I didn't know if you actually got one. What does half term mean? It's when they go on like holidays. So like, you know, when you have like Halloween like break for like a week, and then Christmas you tend to have like 2 weeks off, and those are called half terms here. And then Easter they have 2 weeks off as well. It's really exciting to check out the park. I was thinking of maybe doing it tomorrow, but she might just be a bit too tired. I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe I'll take my mum with me, because my mum will want to go as well. Usually I pick her up on my own at nursery. Maybe I'll like take my mum in the car and we'll just go straight to the park. Check it out maybe. If it's nice. Mistake. Didn't realize he was gonna hit again. Okay. Trying to fucking get out of that. feel like I dodged at the right time. Now I'm just not. I feel like I was doing really well then. Am I can I return it, try and get this? Ah, okay. Hope it goes well. 4K turns out to be meh, or I'm not finding it worth it. Yeah, that's true. I hope you enjoy it. Been searching hard? I imagine so. It's not something to like rush into, is it? Would you say Recommend's hammer is every mod span hammer? Yeah, maybe. That was good though. I felt like I was doing really consistently well at the beginning then. Just wish you didn't have to watch this every time. That one keeps fucking me up. Our last attempt was so much better than this. How long is this summer vacation? 6 weeks. I hope so too. It'll be fun to try. Basically, go off that serious face. You gotta focus. Aiming will stomp it, one attitude. I know. I'm struggling to work out the consistency of his moves as well. Just when I think I've got it, it's like, no, I do other moves as well, bitch. And it's like, fuck. And I feel like I know after this whole thing, it's gonna go into a whole nother boss. That's the wrong fucking button then. Oh my god, give me a fucking chance to heal! Ugh! You're doing better than me. I always caught him with another undermare. Oh, what, like, even when you did it this time? There's the difference here. Winter is 2 weeks, and the Easter, Halloween, and early year is 1 week, then summer. Yeah, so, like, you get one in October, which is usually 1 week. Christmas is 2 weeks, I think. And then there's one in, like, February, which is 1 week. Easter's 2 weeks. And then I think there's, like, maybe one more. Maybe that might be it actually now. And then yeah, the holidays is like 6 weeks. Nice try, thank you. Like I said, I'm not expecting to get this. We have not learned him enough yet. At all. You will prevail. Maybe at some point, but I don't think today. I wasn't even expecting to do him today. Then we get bank holidays as well. Yeah, then you get like random days off. But they usually try and include them into the holidays, I think. Figure that one out. When they're in the air, it's kind of hard. Going well until it wasn't. Meant to fucking dodge then. Hi Fast, how you doing? Point of view, you're playing an AoE simulator. What's that? Was that in between half terms? I think they just try and add it into the half terms. Alright, maybe we'll try it a couple more times and then I think we'll give it a break. Because I wasn't expecting to do this today. I was expecting to do some of the bosses I had marked. Area of Effect. What's that then? I don't think I've heard of that. Or are you referring to the game? So I'm easy to confuse. Game. I need to like, yeah, I'm dead. When you just that, it's just trying to figure out when to fucking dodge. That's cool too, whatever you're feeling. Well, like I said, I wasn't planning to do this. We did God-free, so I was happy with that, to be honest. Explosions and such. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Area of Effect is like the blast radius he's doing. Yeah. 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 I was thinking we were going to do this next Wednesday. I was like, we're going to do all the optional bosses. We'll do one more go. And then I think we will stop doing him. I'm bland. Thoughts on OST? Sorry, I am not good with abbreviations. Like, abbreviations just... OST makes me think of Halo. I was fucking out stamina. Fuck off. I dodged, like, at the right time, I swear. How the fuck you meant to get out of that shit? I'm just gonna get stuck in these now. I just feel like I'm dodging at the right time, but I'm not. Give me a break, man. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The original soundtrack? Yeah, it's good. I'm not really focused like on the music. When I'm trying to like fight him, I'm like purely focused. OST is cheese in Swedish. I don't think that's a specialty. Some Elden cheese. But yeah, like yeah, the soundtrack's good, but it's just I'm too focused on the battle to really take it in, to be honest. Okay. We will mark that. So what I was doing last night is I marked all of Caelid, so all the green markers are where I haven't done, and then over here as well is where I mark. Yeah, that's where I got up to. So then I think what I'd have marked for Saturday would be this area, and then this area, and this area, if there's any left there. It's the main menu. Ah, it does. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, like I struggle with game music, to be honest. That's why it's quite low. Like someone came in the other day and was like, how are you playing this with no music? Like there's definitely music, but I do have to have it low because it's just really overstimulating for my brain. So sometimes like when it's too epic, it kind of throws me off of my flow state, if that makes sense. So yeah, Okay, should we start in Caelid? So in Caelid we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which we could probably do today. Because we're 3 hours in. So maybe we could get Caelid done. Yeah. Maybe some more. If not, then we'll save them for Saturday. I'll keep marking the ones for Saturday as well. And then maybe we'll get most of the optional bosses. How long did Grandpa take? Are we on about Godfrey? This stream, it took 2 hours into the stream, but I didn't start the game straight away. So 2 hours into this stream, and then we tried a bit last stream, so say let's just round that up to an hour maybe. And then I think we tried him the stream before, so let's say maybe that was maybe like 4 hours, under 4 hours. I'm not sure, but yeah, it was very satisfying though. It was very satisfying. We managed to do that today. So I was happy with that. Where should we start? Should we start like top? I think the one to the left was a bell-bearing hunter, I believe. So we'll have to make sure it's night. So we could go for that one. This one's the tower. That one looked a bit complicated. Alright, I think we'll do the bell-bearing hunter. Whoever is in here. Oh, I needed some keys. That's something I needed as well. I don't know. I don't have any keys. Don't know if I can buy any. Let's murder some dudes in dungeons. Yeah. Yeah, I need to buy some keys. I don't know if I can buy any from here. I'm gonna have to find some merchants, I'm not sure. Let's get it, let's get it. Would it be tools or like key? No, so they've got none. No. No. That's where we just went into. None. I have to go to some merchants, and I don't think I've discovered all the merchants either, because there's 2 that I need 2 keys. That's mi problemo. That is my problemo. Unless we just go around to merchants, maybe? Round table looks so warm and toasty. Yes. Very quiet as well. I was like quite shocked. Do merchants have keys? I'm not sure. Oh, he has one. Okay, I think we should have some runes we can digest.
I'm finished yet.
I know we needed 2. Okay, we got 1. Because there was 2 that I marked off where you had to have a key, so that's why I wasn't able to get the graces.
Wait, well, you're back.
He has no keys. Sounds delicious right now. I actually don't know what that is. Chai, I do, but the rest, not sure.
Goodbye for now.
Right. Let's see if we can find another one before that ad break. Is that... There's someone there. We can go over to him, see if he has one. Because like I said, I know we need 2. Okay. Which we got once, that's good. That's a start. Surprised there's a merchant here and I've not discovered the Grace. Some optional areas house some of the best bosses in the game. Yeah, so we are going through all of the bosses, except from one that I am locked out of. So far, I've realized. But, yeah. Alright, do you have one? So we're doing all bosses. We are doing all bosses, except from one. Unless when I go through the rest of the list and mark the rest, I find more that I can't do. The one I can't do is Lich Dragon Fortisax, I think. That's the name. Which Jim told me because of what I've done, I won't be able to do it. So yeah. But yeah, we've done all of Limgrave, all of Weeping Peninsula, and we've done all of Learning of the Lakes. I have a spreadsheet here. So, yeah. Astel as well, no? Astel? Which one is that?
Back again, are we?
I've done Astel.
Not everyone can tell how good my wares are.
No key. Yeah, I've done Astel, I believe. It's ticked off. Does anyone have any ideas, like, where a merchant would have one? Oh, you did Rani. I did do the Rani, quest line, I believe, yeah. I think someone confirmed it last time. Oh, ads are starting soon. I'm gonna have to BRB. You find her as a doll, and then you find her in the cave, and you give her her body back or something like that. Something like that. Okay, when ads start, I'm gonna go BRB. So no one misses anything. Should be down here, I think. Meow. There's an extra optional step. Can I show you? I mean, you can tell me what it is. There it is.
Please stop this, good
Sorry,
customer.
I didn't mean to.
Ah, how nice.
Ah, he does have one. Cool. Is something gonna attack me? Hang on. Look, I'm gonna attempt to take a nap. Oh, good. I hope you have a good nap. Have a good nap. Thank you for the alert. Get out of here. Okay, let me just... So it was 5,000, wasn't it? You can go to a tower. Okay, yeah, we'll go do that. We'll see about that.
Ah, how nice.
Right, I'm gonna buy this and then I'll run ads. Oh, he has 0. I must have bought it already. Oh, that's annoying. I need one more. I'm gonna have to try find one somewhere. That's frustrating. Right, we'll go there, and then I'll go have a quick break. Alright, I'll be right back. Right. It should be over in a sec. I never know if they are over, because to me it shows they're not. Okay, cool. That they are. But then I don't know if they're over until the message says so. Alright. I was thinking whilst we were gone, I'm actually going to see what Fast was talking about before I forget. We'll do that. And then we'll do some boss rushing. Okay, so we go up. Do we go up? Okay, remember. Do we just... Can we not go up? Or you go this way? Oh. That's weird. Was it like glitched or something? I don't know. Maybe I just was impatient. Just felt like it wasn't even there. Do I touch this grace? Oh, this grace, I haven't discovered it before. Okay. Ah, here we go.
I take it thou hast noticed. I shouldn't be surprised. I thought I might expound a little further upon the order I envision. Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only lord? Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stand I would abandon. Wouldst thou come to me even? Mine will be.
Am I meant to know what she's talking about? Well, I guess that's that then. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, let's... I have something marked. I don't know what it is. There it is. Maybe we went to that one. Yeah, hopefully we don't come across that one today, I guess, and I can... Oh wait, we can go there. There is a grace. Hopefully I can find another key. I might have to search online. Okay, so we need to rest to the nighty times. Until nightfall. Bell bearings are a little bit annoying though. Nothing's happening. Maybe we need to do it again. I think you're meant to know Rani has this habit of speaking as vaguely as possible. I feel like a lot of people in this game do, not gonna lie. Oh. Well, that hurt. That was not good. I thought it was going to come from the shack. They usually come from the shack. But yeah, I feel like everyone in this game speaks in riddles. I'm back. Welcome back, Fast. Sorry, you missed it. I just went and spoke to Rani. I just did it. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. She was super vague, and I didn't understand what she said. Bellbearer time. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. I was like in an attack. There's a lot of become a lord and I'ma kill you for no reason this game. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. And then it's kind of like some people at the same time and you're like, okay. Okay. I don't like the bell bearers, they're annoying. This weapon is absolutely broken. It's so stupid. I don't know if just sitting here twice will work or not. Or if like you have to get up. No, you have to get up. This is annoying. Like, this bit's broken, I feel. You have to like do it and then get up, down. A lot of up and downing. Is a bitch not allowed to heal? What the fuck? Fucking bullshit, man. Lot of upsy downsy, yeah. You can get it, but it may be disappointing. Oh, do you mean the weapon? Bell Baron bitch. Yeah, I don't like this one. This one's fucking annoying. You want an upsy downsy? I don't know if people have watched that. The Wrong Missy is so fucking funny. I love that film.
Oh my god. It is the almighty music man. The shitty. The being of artistry.
The shit tea. The shit tea. Hi Onyx, how you doing? It's not the same when modding it yourself. Yeah, I can imagine it does not perform like that. At all. Alright, come on then. Good to see you, good to see you. How you doing? The He-Man, but Sheety. It's just TTS made it sound funny. I haven't had a boss fight me like this for ages, to be honest. I just really don't like bell-bearing hunters. They're annoying. And this bit is annoying as well. After this, I think there's like one left on the list, which I'll be glad to get rid of. But I think I fought like the proper one as well, though. Couldn't finish my errands today, sadly, but got most of them. That's good, though. That's good. Take the wins where you get them. Do you know what I mean? Bad pollen. Oh yeah, I've heard it's quite bad there at the moment. Sorry to hear that. I hope it's better tomorrow, or when you next have to do stuff. I can get 2 hits in and I can break him. Like, if I can get the 2 skills in, I can fuck him up. I remember this man, he's very rough. He has a lot of poise. He's fucking annoying. But you missed that. We did, Godfrey. We did Godfrey. Earlier this stream. So we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end. Me too. I want to get my head shaved. Oh, bless you. I mean, if some guys do that. Some guys do that. You killed Grandpa. Why does everyone call... Like, you're not the first one to call him Grandpa. I call him Grandpa. Someone else said that as well. Do it. That was when I was meant to get the 2 in. And I failed. 2 hits to me and I'm dead. Oh, this is annoying. I'm back home. Welcome home, Demon. Did you have a lovely little walk? Did you have a good walk? I can't sadly do it on my own. I have the shades and I'm bad with a shaver. Ah, fair, fair. I was thinking this morning how chuffed I am, how long my hair is getting. It's so long it's not even on stream anymore. When I started streaming in 2023, it was like this. So, we've come a long way. Walk was good, just had my shower. Nice. I'm glad you had a nice little walk. Right. I did not do it twice. I've always called him Grandpa, especially with his monologues and blah blah blahs. Like all of them, all the bell bearings, I'm guessing. Alright, let's try again. Do we have like anything I can put on here? Just something. Try this one. No Godfrey. Oh yeah. No, sorry. I know that's what we're on about as well. I think that's ridiculous. I'm dead. I'm gonna roll off the side in a minute. You just killed that innocent little, like, sheep. Oh no. The fucking dogs. You fucking kidding me? What the fuck? You're good, man. Plus many people fear fighting this guy in Night Rain. Oh, really? Plus I love his amazing sword. It's a corkscrew attack that used to melt. It's so annoying. So you used it specifically on the fire giant. Interesting. Hmm. Not the sheep. That poor sheep. That poor sheep. Didn't help that dog. Like, that really threw me off. I was like, oh, fuck's sake. I was like, he's gonna try and attack me. You'll be avenged? Don't think so. I don't think so. We did better that time, though. I just don't like these. These are annoying. Maybe we could try different grease. I don't know which one would be more effective. Maybe magic. Let's just try it. I don't know. There's some I haven't even tried. Fucking dog. They nerfed the sword though. I hate when they nerf stuff. I wish they would nerf him now. That was bullshit. The dog literally killed me. That's what is fucking annoying here. I was having more fun with Radagon or whatever his fucking name was. This is fucking stupid. But then any joy you get afterwards. Oh. Good one, buddy. Has your Game Boy come yet? Maybe kill the dog first, maybe? I don't even know where it is. And he's gonna spawn. Do you know what I mean? Because as soon as I sit at the grace... Yeah, like, as soon as I go out there, he's going to be triggered, and I can't kill it and then sit at the grace, because then the dog's going to respawn. I've always said it was, like, expected today, though. Thank you for the hug, Onyx. I had a nice delivery in the mail. It was Bubba's first ever passport, and I was like, oh my god. They look so different now, like the passports themselves. Okay, let's use... what should we use? Let's fucking try that one, why not? Why fucking not? No one likes rot. I was nowhere near you, mate. That's fucking bullshit. I was stuck in the fucking skill thing. So did I, even says 24 hours, but now it's awkward because of Easter. I don't believe they post on Good Friday, then Easter Monday, who knows, I'll message him tomorrow if nothing comes around. Oh. I mean, I wouldn't message because you have to give like a few days, I think. Does Royal Mail not say like it's due today? That it's out for delivery, or does it not have tracking? Ugh, this boss rush is not going well. Like Scarlet Roll was an interesting one though. Let's try poison. Nah, it just says it's been dispatched to the tracker, that's it. I mean, I think you have to wait a little bit longer before you say anything. Yeah, probably why. Yeah, he'll show up. This one's a bit difficult. I wasn't expecting him to be so hard. Like 2 shots and I'm just kind of dead. And this bit is annoying as well. Having to do it, then get off, do it again. But the edit is going well though. I'm glad. I'm glad the editing is going well. How long do you think it's going to take you? I'm excited to watch it. I miss editing, but I do not have time for all of that. I want to get a fucking break. He just keeps fucking flooring me. This one's annoying me. I don't like him. I don't like him at all. This has not been fun. I don't enjoy this. Oof, days were like... And how long are you planning to get that to? Exactly. I'm just thinking maybe if we sit it, do we have to pass the time twice? Let's see. It's just fucking just taking so long.
Oh my god, you want to talk about mother! Oh, you want to talk about mother! It's mother time!
You want to talk about mothers! It's mother time! Oh, this guy's really annoying me. I think I got to step away from him because he's really pissing me off right now. I'd say it'll be under or around 20 minutes long, the video. Don't you feel like that's a waste of so long form videos do quite well, like 2-hour videos and things like that. They do pretty well. Lol, what's funny? I'm gonna have a break from that one. That one's just stressing me out. I really don't like bell-bearing hunters. Okay, this one is going down somewhere. Just gotta find where it goes down. Oh, no. Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh, this is fun. There we go. Anyway. As I was. Is there nothing down here? There we go. Oh, let's take it off the list. That was Mad Pumpkin Heads. There we go. Ugh. That is nasty. Ew. No, thank you. I would not want to use that. Okay. Alright, this one's done. Let's mark it off. That's how I've been expecting it to go. This one requires a key, I believe. But we have one key, so we can do it. See how it goes. Over there. There's a lot of commotion over there. Oh, alright, guess we're down here now. And then the guy here shows you to it over here. Oh, it's all on Torrent's feet. That's interesting. Alright, here we go. Yes. Oh god. Not enough? Oh my god, go away. Do you have to have two? Oh, that's annoying. Okay. I guess we can't do that one. That one's gonna need... Does that mean we're gonna need like 4 in total? That's a bit of a sticky situation there. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know what's in here. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so I've obviously ran past the thing. I can't remember if you have bought all the Storestone keys. I don't even know if I've discovered all of them. Is this why I'm gonna have to search? That's my problem. Okay, I don't know where the switch is. Oh, there's something under here. Is there nothing under here? Oh, there we go. Okay, well, it's not the progressive way, but there was something there. Oh, we're gonna die. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be a way there. But yeah, no, I'm not sure either. I did buy one, but one is apparently not enough. And I know there's at least 2 that I have marked, which require keys. So, I don't know where is we gonna have to go. Right, we're back at the Grace. Okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? Not sure where we gotta go. No. Using so many flasks. Ah. There we go. Throw this on. Use so many flasks on just this. Right, what's in here then? Oh, it's one of these. Love it. Favorite. There we go. Every single one of them I've come across seems very weak. For some reason. Okay, so that was the cemetery shade, so we'll mark that off once we get out. Not bad. Alright, let's mark it off. Boop. Can't remember if the shades have their own unique weapons. Wow. No, they seem to do that every time, I feel. Have this kind of like double thing. Okay, so this is going to be a Knight's Cavalry, I think. So we've got to go here and set it to night. Past time. No, I feel like they all do that for some reason. Do we see him? Oh. Not yet. No, this was the one I did. Why did I mark this? I'd done this one, I swear. Which is why he's not here. Weird, why did I mark this one? No, I remember doing this one. Okay, there is a Knights Cavalry up here though. That's one I haven't done, so we can do that one. Is it still 9? Yeah, there he is. I remember specifically doing that, and I remember last night I was like, no, I've done this one, but for some reason I still marked it, because I'm a Wally. Ooh, he's got a big hit. So buggy on here. Nice. Hell yeah, 42,000. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's a good amount. Okay, we'll take that one off. He's in the Dragon Barrow. Okay. We'll take that one off then. Yeah. Okay, where should we go now? There's 2 in there, which is why there's 2 there. This one looked interesting from what I remembered. There's 2 in here, I believe. Which is maybe the Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Alright. Now we can focus on the Crucible Knight. There we go. Not bad. Nice little double boss there. Done. Great enemy failed. Hell yeah. Okay, so that was the Crucible Knight and the Misbegotten Warrior. Take that one off. Nice. We're slowly getting our way up to enough runes to do it. Slowly. Okay, where should we go now? Mark that one off. Now we got a bunch of catacombs. Oh, there's a little Aragol there. Maybe we'll go there. I'm intrigued. I do like an Aragol. GG, next. Thank you. Next. Thank you, Billy. So I don't get this area. Sometimes I do devastating hits, and sometimes some enemies like, no, I'm just not that bothered. And I'm like, what do you mean? Oh wait, no, the Evergoal was down. How did I get there? I think I had to go from here, maybe. Oh, hi, Cal. How you doing, cutie? Okay. Mark this area. Maybe this isn't the right way. Well, they're all there, so I feel like it must be. I wish when you killed these, they would just stay dead. Very inconvenient. This is not the way I got to it. No, this is not how you get to it. Fuck's sake. That's not how we got to it. Obviously it did get there because I marked it. Maybe from this one? Let's try that. Jumping off the cliff is one way to get down. Yeah, but I never survive. I've learned my lesson. Because it's never successful for me, sadly. Is this the way out? Yes. Okay, maybe it's this way then. Let's see if I can get to it this way. I obviously got there to discover it yesterday, so I'm just like, how do I get there again? Ah, here we go. Yes, is he? Too bad you don't stay down that way. Yeah. Is it this way? Is it not this way? Have I just gone past it? Maybe I did go past it. Maybe I didn't go past it. I'm confused. I'm confused. It's alright, but we're experiencing it at the moment, so I'm just dragging myself through it. Or I hate days like that. I hope you get to go home soon and relax. Hope the day doesn't drag too much. don't get where you fucking go. I literally just can't remember. I actually just can't remember. How's you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I'm just lost trying to find this Evergoal or whatever it is. It's annoying me. Can't figure it out. Caled is just fucking confusing. No. I want to be like here. Okay, let's go here. I like how the arrows half the width of the character's body, but they're like, 'tis but a scratch. Honestly, they're just... Like I said, I wish when you killed them, they did stay dead. I feel like you gotta go like this way to it. I feel like I did do it like this. I remember now. Yeah. Like this. 'Tis but a scratch. Hell yeah, there it is. That's the one thing I don't like about this game. How confusing it is to find things. Right, what's in here then? What's it gonna be? Rude. Not bad. Not bad. I missed a lot of Evergoals in the game, either that or I just forgot about them very quickly. See, I have a spreadsheet. And because we're near the end of the game, I have been off stream marking bosses. So like all the little marks are the optional bosses because I want to do all of them. So that's what I've been spending a lot of time doing. But yeah, this one is a bit hard to find, I feel. But I guess like you can like see the mark on the screen, if that makes sense. Poor fella, gone in 6 strikes. Hello, cutie. Alright, let's mark that one off the list. Boop. We do DLC after this. I will do the DLC at some point, but not straight after this. I need a break. I've been playing this since November, and yeah, I need a break at this point. Oh. I'm excited to try and play some other games. Oh, this is not good. Ugh. Ugh. But we just did Godfrey earlier at the start of stream, so I think we have like one proper boss left. I think maybe, I don't know. We're nearing the end now. That I do know. There's something there. Is that the way to go? Looks like it's the only way to go, I guess. Break's a good idea. Yeah. I've been playing this too long. I need my sanity back, to be honest. Ah, shit. I need my sanity. It's gone missing. To steal, yeah, exactly. And I've heard it's so much harder as well. So, yeah. I need a little break. I think the next game we're going to play is Hades, which I've never played. I'm really excited for that. And, Lego Batman is coming out in May. And I love Batman, and I love Lego Batman. So, I'm kind of interested in that. I am going to do a poll and people can vote what, like, the next big game is going to be. But I am kind of considering going into Lego Batman. Because I do love that game. Not what I was meant to do. God. Oh, it's you guys. Fuck no, you're annoying. Okay. Hades is a fun one. I've heard such amazing things, and I want to try and clear out my backlog. Yeah, I really want to play it. And like the art and everything, it looks so good. I wonder if this new Lego Batman, I've read it's just co-op actually. No, it's just single player. Sorry, I didn't mean to say co-op. Yeah, I read it's only single player, which is interesting. Don't know why. I don't know which way I came. I remember sinking a lot of hours in Lego games. Yeah, I played a lot of it with my brother. But I imagine this one's going to be, like, amazing. Okay, we've been this way. So I'm quite excited for that. And, yeah, so... And I don't get a lot of time to play games off of stream, like, with all the responsibilities I have. So I'm quite tempted to stream it, because then I know I'm going to play it. That's if people enjoy it, you know. I can't wait to play Hades eventually. That is my plan next. I reckon 1 to 2 weeks left of this, and then we're going to get into Hades. Here we go. Lego Batman meets Arkham Knight. I'm so excited. Not what I was meant to do. Hello, mate. Didn't realize there was going to be 2 of ya. Not that it really mattered anyway. Right, who was that? That was Golden. Who was that? Was that Clean Rot Night? Hang on. Clean Rot. Yeah, but it only says 1 Clean Rot. That's what I'm confused about. I'm a little confused. Go back a little bit a sec. Clean Rot Night, Spear. It only says Clean Rot Night, that's it. I guess that's all it is. Guess we just tick that one off. Clean Rot Night. Okay. We have 2 left in Caelid, apparently. Nope, didn't face these guys. There we go then. Same. I've missed a lot of bosses for sure. This is... why I got this spreadsheet. It's so good. It's so good. And like I said, if anyone wants me to post it in Discord, I'm happy to. Because it's got all the bosses on it. Okay, we've done that. Clean roar. Both had the same name, but with different... Yeah, usually when it's 2, though, it says, like, you know, it would say Clean Rot Nights, not Night. That's why I'm a bit confused. I just want to make sure I'm ticking off the right thing. I've arrived at the office. How's it been going? We've got a few bosses done. There's been, like, one a bit too difficult, which I don't have the patience for, so we'll go back to another time. But we've got through a few, so that's good. I hope you had a lovely journey. Gondor? Yeah, no. No, there was one after that. It was a bell-bearing hunter. Just really annoying. Testing my damn patience. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. This is not the way to go. Unless we go... No. Okay. Where are we going? Let me snooze ads a sec. Well, it's not that way, is it? It doesn't seem right having to backtrack. I must be missing something. I've never, like, put this much effort into a game before, though. Ah! There we go. Now we're cooking. Of course I could hear something. Okay. Let's see what's happening here. Hello? This is like a bridge. I remember this area. Oh god, that doesn't sound good. Oh, slugs. That was not a great amount of damage. There we go. I feel lost. Is this the way we came? I feel like this is gonna be the way we came from. I don't know which way I want to go. Do we want to go down? Am I even going to be able to do this? I might not be able to do this. Oh. I don't... Oh, that's annoying. How am I... I'm stuck down here. I can't get out. How do I get out? What's a seal breaker? Seal breaker, Elden Ring. A Celian seal breaker. Maybe I have that? It's a key item. Key item. Unless I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I guess I have to find that at some point because I don't have it. So I'm gonna have to write that down. We reached our follower goal. That's exciting. Okay, so we want the Celian seal breaker. I have to try and work that out for next stream. I won't look at it now because that's just probably not very entertaining. Congrats, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm hoping we can get out of here because you can't fast travel out of bloody caves. Oh, it's one of them. We don't like them. They're annoying. They're annoying as fuck. I'm gonna put a different mark on this cave though, so I know which one it is. Okay. Okay, this looks promising to get out. Yeah. That screeching sound generally sounds like nightmare fuel. Okay, let's get out of here, and then we'll mark it to know that I have to get something for this area. Okay, so that's some things I need to research, is where to get the seal breaker and to find some more keys. So I only have one. One of the caves requires 2. The next one probably is going to require 2 as well. Yeah, that Spider-Man in the bottom is evil. Yeah, we don't like them. We're not friends with them. we can avoid that. And hi, how you doing, Ardbug? That's a cute name. I don't know if your intention was cute, but it's cute. Alright. Let's get rid of that marker. And let's put maybe like a door, as in like a seal. We'll put that. So then I know. Oh, that one is the seal one. Okay. I might change this one to this is like bosses we're finding. I need one for like keys. Maybe this one for keys. It was a name I gave my pet beholder in Neverwinter Rights. Not cute. But it's like bug, like art bug. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cute. But I know cute's not always a good thing. But how you doing today? Alright, so we're not doing that one then. That one's a no-go for right now. It's a no-no. No-no right now. Okay. We'll go to this one then. I don't know if I'll look for it off stream or maybe just find out how to do it. Can I see your map? Don't worry, not spoiling. I'm pretty much near the end, but yes, you can look at my map. We just at the start of stream defeated Godfrey, and we started fighting Radagon, whatever his name was. But I'm slowly going through and marking all the optional bosses. So we've done all of Limgrave, we've done all of Weeping Peninsula, we've done all of Learning of the Lakes. I've cleared that. We're slowly making our way through Caelid, Dragon Barrow, Siofra River, Nocron, and Lake of Rot. And then I'm gonna mark some more, because I mark them off stream. Like, I don't play this off stream at all. I only have been like marking them so that we can like kind of do boss rushes, like just go from boss to boss. Okay, I could give a hint where to get that key. Oh yeah, like, yeah, go for it, because otherwise I'm just gonna search, to be honest. You've been did farm, you are very, very far. Yeah. We are at the Elden Throne. We had a few attempts, but I think I'm gonna focus on just doing the optional bosses, and then we'll go back to it. I went on a little screen break, came back, and the first thing I see is Gondor the one nipple king. Tempest is so funny. The key is with a teacher of magic. See, I'm not doing magic, so that knowledge would not have been absorbed in my head. I have literally just been focused on this. I know someone wanted like the academy key or something. I know like there's someone, like there's a few people that do sorceries. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, you probably can't remember them. Want a more narrow hint? You can literally just give me a point blank answer at this point. Oh. Oh shit, I got my... Get the torch away! Oh, you're a beefy bear. Okay. I can't see shit. Yeah, no. I've just been focused on this weapon. Bam! There we go. There we go. Okay. Might have to have ads in a second because they are creeping. Okay, Celine lives in Limgrave. Okay, alright, thank you. Let me write that down a sec in case I forget. Because my brain. Celine. Yeah, because I'm just going to search anyway because I don't know how else I would find it. Thank you for letting me know. Bam. Yeah, bam, bitch. Get out of here. I don't know which way we came. I'm lost. Which way? This way? I don't know which way we're going. I have no sense of direction. Oh! Hell yeah, look at that. Yeah, all Dark Souls secrets are really secret. And unlike other games where arrow points, yeah. And I've never played any Souls game either, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Ads are coming up in 50 seconds. This seems like a pretty safe area, so I think we'll stop here for a sec whilst I run ads. Now that the dog is resting, I can pet him. Can I pet the dog? Right, I'm gonna run ads, guys, for 3 minutes. This means like it prevents pre-roll ads when people come in, so they just don't get hit with ads. And it means like you don't have to sub and you can watch along and not miss out. It's like also a reminder to, you know, stretch your body, grab a drink, use the bathroom, get food if you need to take meds, that also. And I will be back in 3 minutes and we'll carry on through the tunnel cave. See you then. I almost typed fish in a random Discord. Oh, do it anyway. Yeah. I dare you. Okay. Is everyone fished? Are we ready? Game. A dogfish, incredible catch. Nem doesn't like fish. Oh. I was so happy Nem was back yesterday. Oh, is this just a no room? I did not pick the right way. That's why it was safe in there. Num num! Num num! I was just not saying nice things about you. How you doing, cutie? I need to consider putting fish in my Discord. I've been lurking and twerking. I appreciate you. Did you enjoy your stream yesterday? I guess we go down here. Oh, look at that wolf. So majestic. So majestic. How is my tea? Thank you, thank you. We did a really hard boss. We did it. One of like the near ending bosses. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So now we're just trying to do like more boss rushes and get some off the list. But only as an April Fool's joke. Oh, I was just telling Nem how I was going to stop streaming. How dare you? How dare you? I saw Cass put something on Instagram earlier like, gonna like turn off my socials for April Fool's Day, like I'm too autistic for this. And I was like, I feel that in my soul. I feel that in my soul. I did. Stream was good. Kind of not a fan of having my energy drop halfway through for the last few weeks, but hopefully just a little phase. Do you know what, Nam? I've been having the same. Like, the last few weeks, I don't know if it's to do with, like, the fact I think I've had, like, an autistic burnout. My energy, I am struggling with it. It's coming to, like, bed, like, 9 o'clock, and I'm so exhausted, and I've been going to bed earlier, which is weird, because, like, consistently, I would go to bed, like, 11, 12, like, maybe later, and I could, like, get through the day the next day. You know, like, I'm a mum, I'm kind of used to lack of sleep. But yeah, no, recently I'm going to bed like 10 p.m. My boyfriend thinks I've like disappeared from the earth because he's like, you don't usually go to sleep this early. And yeah, I'm struggling, and like I don't know what it is. On the plus side, the client had already replied. I love that with their choices, so you can carry on with the commission. Which one was it? Because I know you had like 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, Bestelto. How you doing? How is Bestelto today? Did you get some sleep? Otto, please tell me you got some sleep. But I was really enjoying the streaming piece you was working on as well. Like all the colors. I was like, I remember this one. It was nice. I like that you do them and then you kind of go back to them and you like add to them, because obviously like Stream Ink and like Inktober is definitely like a rushed thing. How's the Ring of Eldens? It's been good. I reckon we've got about 2 weeks left of it. I'm not gonna lie. And then I'm hoping to go on to Hades. My burnout's been insane. Yeah. I feel like we need a week. Yeah. When I was working, it felt like it was easy to do midnight-ish and then wake up early. Yeah, like I was able to do so much more. I'd still get tired. Like I'd get like this lull like 3 p.m, which, you know, I still kind of get, but I'm just struggling. Now I'm like, yeah, I feel that. Otto, thank you for the sorry, I'm so sorry about that. The 30 stream streak. Thank you, cutie. How you doing? This commission is the one with the 4 different options from yesterday. White hair. Yes. The question was, did they pick one out of the 4? Did they pick one, or do they want more than one? All right. I've made them all angry. Okay. I'm hungry. I'm feeling hunger. Okay, so I don't know which way is the progressive way. Oh, hello. I did sleep more than an hour last night. Thanks for asking. I'm still knackered, but now I have my Easter holidays and no work until... Yay! That's exciting. You deserve some rest. Maybe this is a different way to get down here. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. We managed to do, like, a big boss. One of, like, the final bosses. That was, like, 2 hours into stream. So that was good. I'm very happy with that. And now we're just kind of clearing some other bosses. Oh, is this the boss? Oh, I got my fucking torch out. Hello. There we go. Ooh, cool. Let's take it off. That was... Who was that? I need to pay attention. I need to pay attention. I'm not paying attention. It was like Chief something, I think. Didn't realize you were just gonna kind of stumble in there. Beastman of Farum. Okay. Beastman of Farum Azula. Yeah. Take it off. Cool. Nice. I got one more work day and then off. Ah, nice. Yeah, you guys deserve the break, honestly. Maybe the devs should nerf T as well in the next patch. And I don't know. You should have seen me against the final boss. It wasn't going so well. Them EP, but pretty good. We love good. Okay, so let's get rid of that one. So, Ardbug, I believe, said... Where was it? Celine lives in Limgrave. Limgrave. Does anyone... Oh, fuck off. Is the bear gonna follow me in here? Okay. No. Does anyone know where she is? Celine. Celine. This is Weeping Peninsula. Down south from where the map was in the start. Is it here? Selin? So this was the start. So I feel like it would be this. Oh, you started her quest, did I? Should I go see what she says? Oh, we got enough runes to level up. We should do that as well. Beam. Hang on. My chat isn't scrolling on that side. Hold on, I'm driving a train sim very loud. It's all good. It's all good, honestly. I said we'll go see what she says then. Okay. God, leveling up is so expensive. Inflation nowadays. Okay. So she should be down here. Can we just... Oh no. Yeah. It looked shorter than it was. The drop was deceiving. Whoops. I hope you're enjoying your train sim though. Now we're right here, but my runes are up there. Ugh. She's in the cellar. Okay. Where was this? Ah, there. My runes are all the way up there now. Oh, is it this?
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Sounds like sad bear days. Oh. Go away. So she didn't tell me nothing. Is she meant to tell me something? Well. I don't know. That's what she did last time. So I didn't do anything, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't know what I was meant to do. Maybe you actually need to be her student to do the quest. I found her like that, though. She was just like that, and I never knew what to do with that. You said that's what she did, and was 100% expecting... That's what she said. That's what she said. She is found standing near a treasure chest. Players can reach her by defeating the Mad Pumpkinhead. After defeating the boss, the South Grace Waypoint Ruin Cellar appears in their boss room. So it says nothing can be done with her without doing her quest line. Waypoint's Ruin Cellar. Well, we've done that, haven't we? She has a home on the other side of the lake, south of the map marker. But you have to be patient because of stream delay. I mean, yeah, sure. Go for it. The office brain. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. But it does say she's found standing near a treasure chest within the Waypoint ruins. And I'm pretty sure I've been there. Oh wait, it says she's here. Yeah. Oh wait, I think I've seen her recently. Yeah, I remember being here. There we go, okay.
Oh well, perhaps one must choose one's mark. I was exiled as a reviled. Do you still wish to?
Yeah.
Very well, but I refuse to coddle. Anticipate grievance.
Did you find... Yeah, that's the thing that, like, was in the middle of the map, wasn't it? And you go in it. I'm pretty sure I did that. Okay, but like, what is the quest line? So if we search Sorcerer's Cellin quest line. Quest line. Quest line, there we go. Where to find her? Yeah, reveal she's an outcast, but accept to offer her princess as you find. Be sure to give them to unlock new options. Find sorcerer. Oh, I see. You have to speak to you have to head to Hermit Village. I might have not got it. Where is Hermit Village? Continue at the hill until you see the craftsman's shack on the right. This you can hit here. Everything is frozen. Okay, there we go. Try and talk here first.
Young apprentice, you are a tadpole with so now.
Yeah, it's just gonna say the same thing, I think. So the Hermit Village is meant to be up here? Is it up here somewhere? Okay, let's just search this guy. Location. You don't have that, Grace? No. Let me just see where it is. Where is it? Just show me where it is. I just want the location. Where's the location? Alright, let's just look. It's cool how close to the end you are now. Time really does fly. I know. I'm so excited. I'll be really sad though, I reckon. Looks like it's like somewhere here. That's what it looks like. I actually have a video that shows the way from Wyndham Dungeon to Hermit Village. Is that the way to go? Can you go this way or not? I just want, like, how do you get there? Do you know what I mean? Right, it says travel to blah blah blah. Travel to blah blah blah. This is not a good tutorial. At all. Like, just show me it on the map. Magma Rim. Was that? That wasn't here. It has been a long and adventurous journey. Push through it all. Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I've had a good time. Grace is called Primeval. Yeah, but I'm trying to find like where is the closest Grace. Like where is it on the map, so I can go there and discover it. That's what I want to do. Just like show me where it is. Okay, wait. How do I open this? Bigger. There we go. Alright, so it's showing me it is in here. Is this it? Here. Yeah, that's it there. So then it's a Grace there, Grace there, Grace there. Or do we have to go on this lift? I'm confused. Find Wyndham Catacomb. Which one is that? This one. Yeah, we got the Catacomb. Okay, stay there. Okay. Sorry, my dog's barking. Getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. You see the long jagged rock to the left and a little bit up? Sorry, my leg's itchy. The long jagged rock to the left and a little bit up. Like this. Yes, yes. Oh, let me position myself. The Grace is there, but you come from a weird angle to get it. Okay. So, is it... This is how I do stream delay. Is it here, which is 1, or here, which is 2? Maybe I have to go here, and then go meow. So around here. Or is it off the cliff? Do I have to go underneath? Oh, my leg is really itchy. I have a video that shows the way from Windham. Okay. So you gotta go from underneath. Is what I'm hearing. And run that way. You have to write permit. No, you can send links, I'm pretty sure. I think. Should be okay. I'm guessing we just gotta go down here. Maybe just down here? Like this way? That way. Cool. Okay. Rude. Sladykins! Hi, Sladykins. How you doing? Is it up or is it down? Oh, it's not that way. It's not that way. Oh. This isn't it, is it? Oh, get off. Okay, one second. Let me mark this anyway, because I want to know that this is here. Let's just mark that, because I don't know what it is yet. That is right, the other left. Okay, so we want to go left. Okay. How's Elden Ring going? We got Godfrey. We did it. We got his ass. And then we started fighting Radagon, or whatever his name is. So now we're just going through and doing some bosses. But I need a seal, so it's making things a bit complicated. I need a seal breaker. Oh god. Ah, there we go. Let me touch it. There we go. Nice. So is this the one we wanted? Have we gone too far? Or is it like we have to go here? Touch that grace. Touch that grace. Hug the left wall after lava lake and don't jump off the rock. The grace is easy to miss. Hug the left wall after lava lake and don't jump off the rock. Okay. So we just keep going this way, I'm guessing? And you're saying to kind of keep going this way, I think, is what you're saying? I might be wrong. Ah, wait, okay. Oh shit. Hello. Guess we're doing a magma rip. If I can get fucking close enough. Lava is annoying. I'll be right with you guys. I don't know if we can really stand in the lava. I feel like you shouldn't. Oh shit. We're like fucking dead. Get this one ticked off the list. There we go. There we go. Tick that one off the list. That was in Mount Gelmore, isn't it? So
I love you.
I love you. Thank you for the mod in the community. Hi Jenny. How you doing? Maybe the bus to get home. Damn, really doing that overtime. Bath time. Apparently so. These magma worms always have so much. What is that? What was that? Yeah, they have so. It's just like the amount, the restriction of where to go as well is really annoying.
Oh, mountain of fire, bake me in your flames.
Am I missing something? Oh, it's the pot. Why can't we talk? Is there any particular reason we can't talk? What's up? Doing okay? Everything's do good. I'm after at a therapy session. I hope it went alright. Well, Jarman, yeah. Get off the get off the horse. Ah, I see. Will I not burn?
Ah, good lady. I hardly think you're here to tempt with your timing. I've been making.
So I'm just kind of trying to go fast. So I didn't burn. Oh, you might have said more to me. Should probably speak to him a bit more, shouldn't I?
Perhaps I'll has an old saying above the lofty clouds. Perhaps I'll has an old above the lofty.
There we go. Not great. Right, let's get out of here. But yeah, we're trying to do this Selene quest line. Okay, I'm not sure where we go now. Left. Wait, okay. I don't know where left is. Gonna buy the new Life is Strange. Nice. But go decide which version. You mean like deluxe? So you were saying follow the wall. Deluxe or standard? What do you get from it? Keep lava on your left. Okay. Lava is on my left. Okay. Thank you. Ah, this way then. Rude. Right, what have we got here then? Oh. Okay. Bump. Bump. There we go. How many bosses are down up till right now? Like, how many have we done? Hello, Lucy! Hello, cutie! How you doing? Like, how many we got left, or how many have we done? How many have we got marked? When you see a big female beast woman thing, then look behind her on a rock. When you see... Okay. Oh my god. Not sure I know what you mean. I don't know if we've gone too far. Let me move this a sec. Not what I was meant to do. There we go. So you see big beast woman, so just keep going. We'll keep her going. Grace is behind her to your left. Oh, we're at the village. Oh, we found a boss. Oh, there she is. There's the person. Demi-human queen. Well, that's a boss we have to do. Okay, got it here. Joe, jump off. This is the person. Right? Like, why can't we talk? Nice. Okay. There is a boss here, so I'm going to mark that. Okay, so then she was in Limgrave. Here. But how you doing today, Helen Lucy? I don't know if I missed it. My brain is just burrowing today. If there are no costumes on the deluxe, I might get regular. Do they have costumes
There
in
you
that
are.
game?
Maya, shall we commence the lesson? What's this sorcery, my apprentice? Ah, then you have seen Master Azure was a founding Glintstone sorcerer, and my first teacher. A stern
Different clothes.
judge
I
of
didn't know
men.
that.
But he must have seen something.
How's Susie?
new.
I'm
You
doing
make us
doing
both
alright.
proud.
We did like a
We can speak
hard
more later,
boss, so
my
we're
apprentice.
getting near the end of the game. How you doing?
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It was for
That's what she looks like
attempting
under
to
that.
restore the primeval current of Glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian
Okay, you're
royal
good now, I
family
think,
can
so
rot for all I
go
care.
back to my chain.
I want
Thank you, I
Glintstone
appreciate
sorceries
it.
that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos. No matter what we give in, my apprentice, teacher, and student. But hear me out, I need your
Okay.
help to restore the primeval current of Glintstone sorcery.
Yeah, we have to do
Perhaps
this
this
quest
is a
line because I
journey we
need the
could
seal
take together.
breaker. Should we journey together or not? I don't know.
Forgive me, it was, and I fear quite. Don't give it another thought. Really, you must have splendid. It's been far too. I need your Master Lusac, and like Master Azure, he was banished from the academy. My apprentice, can you find Master Lusac with this Glintstone key? You should be able.
Ah,
I
okay,
need
there we
him to
go.
restore- He's.
We got it.
You wish to indeed. After
There
his
we
expulsion
go.
from a place called Celia in the eastern Caelid wilds. Think
Oh, that's where
about
we're
it.
going, right?
It wouldn't be.
Hell yeah! Fuck you, bitch. It was all a trick. So it was this one. You're doing all the cool quests too. We got to the door and then it said I needed something, and I was like, well, fuck. Hermit Village is a real. Yeah, like. We would have found it. Because there's a boss there. So I would have had to find that anyway, because obviously I'm trying to cross them all off. So, but, you know, we've done it now. Now I know where she is. That makes it so much easier for me to get to her now. I'm okay. Went to parents for lunch. They saw Ushi. Aww. And then went for a little grocery stock, and now I'm gonna work. My sock restock should be coming soon too. And I had to make an adjustment yesterday to the new design, but should be good. Oh, that's exciting. I still need to order from your shop. Is there any socks on there at the moment, or is there a particular date they're available? And also, what are you gonna work on? Okay, so we want to go down, don't we? Oh shit. die. There we go. So annoying. Gonna get the deluxe, I think. Hell yeah. Yeah, I want to play through all the Life is Strange is. I don't know if when we do you reckon like we should do all of them or should we just do one at a time? Like if it gets picked on the poll is what I'm thinking. Now I have to find that door again. Get out there. Is it down here? Go there. Yeah, it was down here, I think. Yeah, okay. And then it's here. Sorry, that's a loud car. That was a very loud car. But yeah, I'd say that's worth it. That's not much difference. Cass, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. I hope you had a lovely stream playing my queen. I was also lurking. Apparently now I'm lurking shots. I have 2 left of the suits. I'm assuming your size is a small one. Yeah. And we have some of the Ushi strawberry. Strawberry! Oh, I love strawberry. Yeah. I need to have a look. A restock of the ghosties that have been sold out is the shipment and more of the suits. I'll have to have a look. But I feel like I did enough. No, you were productive. You go take the little wins. Making game. I know. How goes it, Iced Tea? It's going good, Dank. How are you doing? How are you doing, Dank? Actually, before I look, do you do skincare? Your skin looks amazing. I do a little bit of skincare because I used to wear like foundation and I found like my skin wasn't doing great. It might have been because of my pill. So I've actually stopped wearing foundation as well because my skin was like, bitch, no. I have like some face wash. I looked at like good Korean skincare basically. But I can take some pictures of it and I can send you some pictures on Instagram if you want. But thank you. It's like a 10-step skincare. I don't do all of that, but when it's not good, yeah. But I've been using like the face wash, the exfoliator, and the toner at the moment, and some moisturizer. But yeah. I have like some spots at the moment, but I've been putting like a Laura Mercier skin primer on the spots and then just doing a little bit of concealer just to cover up a little bit because, yeah, no. I've decided to just kind of stop using foundation, to be honest. And my mum the other day, she was like, are you wearing foundation? I was like, no. She was like, you look quite tanned. I was like, I just am tanned. But thank you. Where did I get to? I'm good, just EP. I feel that, but I'm glad you're good, Dank. That makes me happy to hear. Take care of your skin, ladies. That also includes jeans. Yeah, I stopped for a bit when I took antibiotics for it because my skin it was actually chilled out. But since the lupus, it like rashes every day. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, like usually my skin's like kind of chill, but I think like my contraceptive pill is just made my skin flare up, and I get really like painful spots. But like I said, I can send you some pictures of it. Teach me the way. Yeah, no, I've been using more of like this facial cleanser because my skin's just been very angry. Yeah. And then I use like some spot patches as well because I don't like picking my spots. Sorry if like you're like, this conversation is gross, but I use some like spot patches as well, and it like helps draw them out so I don't have to like, I have a tendency to kind of like play with my face. I used to do a bunch, but I think I was doing too much. Sometimes less can be more depending on your situation. Yeah, so I don't do it all the time, but when I notice my skin is playing up, I'll definitely do it then. But I think not using foundation has helped. I do nothing. Like, yeah, I will send it to you, Cass, on Instagram, and I will just send it in the Discord anyway for anyone that's interested. I'll take some pictures of it. Can't build a structure without a foundation. Well, you can. Why wear foundation when your skin can glow like that inside? Yeah, I find my skin was looking really dull though, so I have found using a cleaner has made it not look so dull. Because I'd look at like I don't know if anyone knows, but like Megan and Jack, like the couple, like whenever I see Megan, I'm like, how does your skin look so fucking good? How does your skin look so good all the time? So yeah, please, I'm still trying to find what works. I've heard that Korean skincare is just really good, but I will do that after a stream. I pick a lot, yeah. So I find like putting like some spot patches on, like some clear ones, just helps me stop touching them, and I'll put them on like overnight or out the day, like throughout the day, just to stop me from touching it. But thank you. Don't play with your face, ladies. It's the time of your sex tape. What's the face for Tempest? Okay, like Drake and... Wait, what? That's the only Megan that I know. Did I say Megan? Hi, Mellow Husky. How you doing? Oh. I thought there was meant to be a boss in here. I don't know how we got the sex tape. Oh! Brooklyn Nine-Nine, title of your sex tape. Yeah. I thought there was meant to be a boss in here. Why have I marked this? I am well. I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy to hear. That is the boss. Wake up! I guess we're gonna go... Do I have to go all the way back out? I guess we just have to go back out, all the way back to the thing. I didn't want to ruin the surprise, and I appreciate that. Now I have to backtrack. All again. That's the one thing I don't like about being underground, is having to go all the way back to the entrance, which sometimes you can't. Brooklyn Nine-Nine joke. Yeah, Jake says, like, title of your sex tape all the time. Kind of like how Michael Scott says, that's what she said. I need some service that has the first 2 fucking seasons. Oh, you can't get the first 2 seasons? What the hell? That's so annoying. For me, it's just on Netflix. It's always been on Netflix for some reason. Alright, we have to find our way out. Again. Netflix, why only... Yeah, that's weird. Unless maybe you can find like a cheap, like, used DVD. That's an option. Because my partner's been wanting to watch Man Down, which is apparently not available anywhere at all. So I decided to buy season 1 on DVD for like £3. Yeah, for £3. For like season 1 and 2, I've seen like 50 quid. And it's not even like a huge show. It's just, you just can't get it anywhere for some reason. You didn't kill the boss here. I haven't seen a boss. Have I not? I don't know where it is. Tempest has a sex tape. Where can I find the sex tape? You know. Netflix UK, not Netflix US. Yes. It's a tape that I used to keep my old body together during that. Virtual penis network. Yeah, I'm not into doing VPN, but I know people do that. If he's dead, you can just warp out. I don't know where the boss is. I thought it was... Maybe I've not gone the right way then. Maybe I need to find it. Thank you for the lurk, Tempest. I appreciate it, you cutie. Yeah, he's alive. Okay, where am I going then? Where do I find this boss? feel like this is just gonna lead me back down. Or is this... This looks kind of different. This looks like a different direction, actually. Maybe we're gonna find out. Ah, here we go. Okay. I thought... I don't know why, but I thought that was meant to be the boss. I wasn't really sure. Ah, okay. Reached home. Nice! Ugh. Welcome home. Oh, Scarlet Rot. Fuck off. That's annoying. Right. Let's just get rid of you. Just heal a sec. This is fucking chaos right now. Oh no, don't die. No, let's heal again. There we go. That's what we wanted. Crystal Torrent. What does that mean? Interesting. Okay, cool. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. Oh crap, I remember these three. That was alright. I'm usually here around... Yeah, yeah. To be fair, let me just go touch the Grace a sec. Actually, no, we can just travel. Yeah, my partner... this isn't where we were meant to go. My partner is playing Elden Ring, and he's kind of just been farming and just running, like, searched where to find the stones and things like that. So he's done... Well, I did it. I did Renella, at, like, level 80 or something with, like, a fully maxed out blood fang. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got her down, obviously, because you have to hit the people to get her out the bubble. I got her health, like, that close with the first time she's on the floor. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is silly. And then, so the second time I got her down, killed her. It was so quick. It was so fast. I was like, this is crazy.
My apprentice. I have a
about the request.
You see before you. My body.
I don't know why I've come back here, but I have.
Journey to my body. I have something. My body is on the Weeping Peninsula, imprisoned in the... Can you make
oh yeah, let's go there. Let's start.
Who could have guessed? You have my gratitude. I am truly... This is a mere...
Did
This brings us the bodies of... If only I...
Okay, anyway, right. Let me snooze a sec. Boom. Thank you. Are you in a race with your partner to finish first? Oh no, no, because I've been playing this since November. He was playing it kind of... Because I started it initially in like June. And I did it as Bandit. And then uni was really busy. I was doing my final major project, so I stopped. Then we started a new playthrough in November. And I'd say, you know... Because I didn't even get to Marg in any of my other playthroughs. Yeah, so I've been doing this consistently since November. He picked it up again, like, a couple weeks ago. Yeah. He where is he at the moment? He's, like... got to the capital, I think. But he's got so much, like, he's going back and exploring everything, so, yeah. Yeah, he's nowhere at where I'm at the moment. He's got a while to go. I remember. Blood Fang is a fantastic weapon. Yeah, I was using the Uchitana or whatever it was. God, it's so long ago. And people said, you know, this weapon's really good. And I was like, okay. Well, I did the boss fight just off my own back, you know. We got there. Just did it. I was like, I guess I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. See if I like it. And I was like, okay, yeah, I do like this. I do like this very much. So she's here, isn't she? So we'll go there and see. We'll just do it anyway. I'm meant to be boss rushing, but we're doing it now anyway. All I heard is she going, my body, my body, my body. Yes. Okay, yeah. Uchitana, yes. Uchitana. I have something marked and I'm not sure what it is. Do we see what I have marked? I don't know what I have marked. I wish you could know. Oh wait, I only have the one thing marked? No, because that says 2. Okay, wait. Says that direction. Do 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 do. Doopy doopy doopa 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 doopa. Doopy doopa doopa doopy doopa doopa. Is anyone seeing it? Where is it? Because it's annoying me. There it is. Got him. Can be underground. We got it. We got it. We found it. We got it. Okay, don't jump down here. Lesson learned. Meow. Chow chow. Get. Eh. Oh, I didn't realize you could ride under here. Okay, this is kind of broken. I don't know if you meant to do that.
My apprentice. Thank you for coming. These shackles take a toll on us all. There is something I need you to look after. My primal glintstone.
This was not my intention to do today.
The star has fallen, and my fortunes waver.
I love how I look.
May come for my life, and so
I never thought I would like my
trust it with you.
My avatar so much. Accept. I guess we'll accept it. I'm not sure what I'm accepting, but we'll do it. Sounds like she's having a baby. Are you birthing this glintstone? I'm frenzied in my current playthrough too. I have no idea of any of the endings. Yeah, at all. But I know I'm gonna get the Frenzied Flame ending. I'm not sure what that means. I have no idea what any of them is, but I'm excited.
This is...
Okay. Great ending. I'm really excited to see what it means. Should we take it back to her? I don't know. I don't know if she wants it, but I'm intrigued to see if she does. But yeah. I was really debating. I was like, should I? Shouldn't I? Should I do this? Shouldn't I do this? It was a hard choice. I looked at the VOD and I decided about it for, no exaggeration, 15 minutes at least. I was debilitated over the choice. It has a bit of a spice, none of the others. Yeah, I just thought, you know, the Melina one, I'm guessing is the organic normal ending, and I thought for my first time I kind of feel like I want to do not the normal ending, you know? Okay, we did the boss there, so let's mark that off. We didn't actually mark it off of the list. Let's do that. It was the trio. There we go. Let's knock it off. We have one more. Frenzied Duelist is the last one on Kaled. Which could be anywhere, but it doesn't matter anyway. We've got a few marks left still. Did you mark off? I did. So, for anyone that's like, what are we looking at here? We are looking at my spreadsheet. We're looking at my spreadsheet, and we've done all of Limgrave. We've done Weeping Peninsula, which is on the... Wait, if I can go like these. Where's my mouse? There we go. It's a bit difficult because my face is in the way, but we've done the first column. Weeping Peninsula, Learning of the Lakes. Might help if we actually zoom out. There we go. Yeah, so we've done all of the first column. I have gone through and I have marked Kaled, Dragonborough, Sephora River. We can't do the red one. I have locked myself out of that. And I've marked all of Altus Plateau. So, yes. I might have done more in Mount Gelmer, Lindell. I might have done more of these, but I just can't remember because a lot of them have similar names. So, I need to go through. But we have ads coming up in 3 minutes. So I'm going to run ads. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take in a med, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen. And I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. All good, Jim. I'm probably going to end soon anyway. Loves you. Right, ad should be over. Love you too, buddy. Have a good time. But yeah, we should be finishing. Yeah, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Where did that go? Where did that go? That's happened. But we have marked off a few, so that's good. We're at 112 out of 165 at the moment, but I imagine we have done more. So what I'm planning to do is before Saturday, I am going to search where to find some keys. Because I know I need one more for this. And I know there's another one I need. But I've marked off all of Caelid. So that's marked. And Dragon Barrow. I've marked off all of Underground as well. There's one there. That's going to be a bit difficult, I think. But apparently there's a couple down here I haven't done. So yeah. And in Mount... No. The Merchants on the Peninsula has a lot of keys. On the Peninsula... On the Peninsula? Where's that? Hello, everyone. Hi, Future. How you doing? No, we've been here. It's there, yes. Yeah, no, I checked here. I might have bought one.
Trade again.
Yeah, no. They're all gone. The guy on the far left. Is he here? Are we on about still when Weeping Peninsula? Yes, okay. I don't think I looked here. I'm also feeling so hungry, so I need to end soon. Oh, have I not talked to him yet?
It's been an age. How can I help?
I've not actually spoke to him. Purchase. He is free. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god. Ardbug, you are a lifesaver today, honestly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we need a smithing stone. My partner also told me I needed to get this, and I think Bard also mentioned it before.
Have a safe journey.
So, hell yes! So, we've got 4. So that's great. That's great, because we needed one. We could actually just go touch it, actually. So we can open it up and then touch the grace, so then it's just ready. I'm an encyclopedia. Tell me more about like how you've played this game. How many times have you played it? Have you played other Souls games? Like, tell me more about it. I love hearing people's experiences with the game. Okay. Let's get this one opened up, and then we can mark it off. And then, yeah, I will... Because, like, our next Elden Ring stream will be Saturday. So, I will spend another night or 2 marking off every single optional boss. And if I need any more keys, I will try and see if I can find any more. We have enough at the moment for what we've got. But if I end up seeing that we need more, then I will make sure I've got them. And then we can do a huge boss rush on Saturday. Might continue into Wednesday's Elden Ring stream. And then when maybe we've cleared all the optional bosses, we can do Radagon again. Oh yeah, there we go. Yes. Ooh, there's a chest here. I've played all the Souls games. I only play on KBM. I don't know what that means, sorry. I have 1,600 hours in Elden Ring and roughly 4. Damn. And which one's been your favorite? Keyboard and mouse. Damn. Yeah, that's not easy. Props to you for doing that. This is a fun cave. We'll find out. Not today, though. But we will find out. Okay. Let's mark that one. Hell yeah. Spam Magon can be a nasty boss. Yeah, we've had a go, because we did Godfrey. We defeated him at the start of, like, 2 hours into stream, so I was really happy about that. But yeah, so now we're on Radagon, which I think is the final boss. I think he is the Elden Beast. So I think he's the final one. Elden Ring is king. Oh, it's your favorite? I am intrigued to try other bosses as well. Other bosses? Other Souls games. But yeah, this is my first. You should have... that's what I was planning to do. But after we did Godfrey, I just was like, okay, let's just progress a bit further, not realizing it was going to go into there. So we gave it a few goes, but I'm going to, yeah, I think I'm going to clear all the bosses. I want to do Millennia as well. So yeah, we're going to clear all the optional bosses that I can do, because I know we are locked out of one. I don't know if we're going to be locked out of any more. I guess I'll find out. I'll let you guys know. But yeah. So maybe we'll end here. Like I said, I'll get everything marked, ready for Saturday. And then if we finish them all Saturday, and then hopefully we'll do Radagon. Oh, we got the Hora Lu Warrior. 40.3% of players have this achievement. I always find it so satisfying looking at that, looking at the achievement percentage. Right. That is some great value for the price of the games. I mean, I think it said like we were at 140 hours and this is just the first playthrough. So I definitely agree, like they're expensive, but people seem to get like a huge amount of replayability out of the game, which is great. Thank you for today. Thank you for being here, Demon. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you had a nice walk and you have a good evening. I'm certainly content with the value. I can see that. I can see that. When like I first started playing it, people were talking about, you know, you're gonna want to replay this game and things like that. I'm like, it's like, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to replay this game? And then it hit to a point where it's like, I'm starting to understand. Thanks for the stream, T. Thank you for being here, Otto. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a lovely time off of work. Always have a good time with you. Thank you. I'll be back Friday, where we will be finishing Undertale, which is, I've never played it before. We are right at the end. We're gonna finish it, which I'm super excited about because I've never played it before. So yes, we're on the final boss, so I'm intrigued to see what happens, what ending we get. And then we'll play a different indie game after, because Fridays are for indie games. If you are interested in Elden Ring, we will be back Saturday with Elden Ring. So I'll see you then. Thank you for the stream. I hope you have a good rest of the day. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to see where we're going to go. My back is hurting, so I'm excited to kind of go sit down and relax. Someone's playing Elden Ring, and it says goodbye art, so there must have been an art streamer. Interesting. Slow is doing Dark Souls. First ever Dark Souls. We should go there. Should we go say hi to Slow? I've not raided Slow in a really, really long time. Slow is a bit of a bigger streamer, but I feel like some bigger streamers still need some love. And Slow is really nice for people who don't know. Does like slow playthroughs, kind of what it says, what it is. Thanks for streaming, everyone being here. Thank you for being here, boy. I appreciate all the hype and support from you guys. Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, thanks, bye, Billy. She is quite lovely. She is, yeah. Bye, saves. Thank you, everyone, for being here. The streaks, the redeems. We hit the follower goal. The follows. Yeah, the genuine hype today over the boss ball as well. And thank you for the biddies and the gifted subs and the subs, just everything. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you guys so much. But make sure you look after yourself. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are, and a good week. I'll be back Friday. I'm excited to finish Undertale, so I'll see you then. I love you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.